goes to how politicized this investigation is. So naturally, because, Weiss is now embarrassed because he was found trying to disappear the case, now he's trying to look like a tough guy. But the method in his doing this is he knows that everybody, including in the media, is going to get whipped up over the salacious details of how all this money was spent. But the important thing for the country, which has gotten almost no attention, is how the money was generated. So all of this stuff about like Hunter's spending habits and his failure to account for his income takes attention away from the thing, which is the only thing that should actually matter to people, but is this money was generated by selling Joe Biden's political influence. And Biden is such a pervasive figure, Joe Biden that is, that even though the prosecutor goes out of his way not to mention the name Joe Biden in the indictment, his fingerprints and his presence are all over it.
And obviously Republicans in the House have been going after information, bank records, everything they can to link the president to these business dealings. He was at a meeting here, he was at a meeting there, he was on a phone call. But this is a political investigation. It's not legal.
So I think you should look at this in terms of the 2024 electoral politics rather than, it's not the House's job to prove crimes, right?
But it should be based on high crimes and misdemeanors, correct? Not just it looks like he lied. Yeah, well, right. So
and bribery.
But right. they don't have they don't have a smoking gun on any of it, is what Democrats have said over and over again.
Where I fault the Republicans is I think that they've framed the investigation incorrectly, and they have been gulled into playing on the Democrats' terms, which are we must prove that not only that $24 million that was obviously the sale of Joe Biden's political influence to corrupt and anti-American regimes, that's not enough that we've shown that was generated and $24 million went into the Biden family coffers. We also have to show what nickels and dimes went directly to Joe Biden himself. That's the wrong way of looking at this because the business is Joe Biden. And it couldn't have gone on without his willful cooperation. But since it's a political thing, and we all know Biden's never going to be, impeached and removed. So far, the Republicans haven't even been able to get votes to open an investigation, let alone, the thought that they would ever file articles of impeachment is remote. But the whole point of this is for the politics of the 2024 election. And I think if you look at it that way, look at what has happened to Biden's numbers in the year during which Comer's been running this. It's actually 10 months that he's been running this investigation. His numbers have crashed. Now, there's a lot of reasons for that, but most of the country is now convinced that whether it was a crime or not, that he engaged in sleazy behavior.
Let me get back to the legal side here. The president is running for re-election. Hunter Biden's indicted twice. Are we going to have Hunter Biden on trial like we might have former President Trump on trial during the campaign?
I kind of doubt it because I think that, Lowell, even though I've expressed a lot of disagreement with his public posturing on behalf of his client, and I don't criticize him for that, but, he's given Hunter a zealous defense, which is what Hunter's paying him for.
Everybody says he's a good lawyer.
He's a very good lawyer, and one of the things a good lawyer can do is tap dance enough to probably get these cases delayed until after Election Day.
Andy McCarthy, Fox News contributor, contributing editor at National Review, former chief assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York. Great to talk to you as always. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Dave. My pleasure.
Dumb Time. Dumb you down on weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The holidays are the happiest time of the year. That is, unless you or your loved ones are miserable because of colds, sinus infections, or allergies. This holiday season, give the gift of better breathing with Navage. What makes Navage so effective? Well, unlike cold and allergy drugs that might take a long time to help, if they're effective at all, Navage provides fast relief from sinus congestion in 30 seconds flat. Navage doesn't just relieve symptoms, it attacks the cause by sucking out the germs, allergens, and viruses trapped in your nose that are making you feel miserable. Best of all, Navage does it naturally, without drugs. Wash away your cold and congestion problems this holiday season. Add Navage to your gift list so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all year long. Ask for Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at Navage.com. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Brace yourself for the ultimate holiday deal with Consumer Cellular. Snag an incredible 50% off the Iris Flip when you buy before December 17th, making it only $34.50. The Iris Flip is all the phone and camera you need with a user-friendly design, the perfect flip phone companion. Plus, you'll get nationwide coverage and always free activation. Score 50% off when you use promo code RADIO50. Head over to consumercellular.com and use promo code RADIO50 during checkout to score this deal.
The holidays are here. Go to omahasteaks.com and take advantage of 50% off site-wide. Shop carefully curated gift packages that are guaranteed to make spirits bright all winter long. Plus, when you use code SIZZLE at checkout, get an extra $30 off your order. Omaha Steaks is a gift from the heart, a gift that'll be remembered with every unforgettable bite. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code SIZZLE at checkout. Minimum order may be required.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
Brent Selleck here. Teamwork is important to me, so I turned to the team at Gerhard's Appliances to power my new house. I needed an appliance game plan, and Gerhard's consultant walked me through the showroom and helped me customize my entire house. From a double fridge that's the size of a pantry, to a new range, and 2 dishwashers just for my wife, I scored a touchdown with Gerhard's Appliances. Gerhard's is your star player for your home's appliances. Visit gerhardsappliance.com.
All right, guys, we got to talk about Christmas. It's that time of year again. So I'm going to give you some advice because, you know, I love to make sure you're happy. Do what I did last year and what I'm going to do again this year. And that is make her happy with Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas. So good, they sell out every single year. They sold out last year. They're going to sell it again this year. Naturally nude pajamas are known for their ultimate comfort and style. Soft, silky, totally luxurious. Better than lingerie with a curved, caressing fit. Here's the best part. When you order Naturally Nude pajamas today, you're going to get a free Naturally Nude nightie. That's $75 savings on a deluxe 2-in-1 complete gift. And that's not all. With Pajamagram, you can even add gift packaging. If you ask me, that's one easy holiday gift that is sure to make her happy and to make you happy. But you have to hurry before it's gone. Go to Pajamagram today for Naturally Nude pajamas. That's Naturally Nude pajamas at Pajamagram.com. Tell them Rich sent you.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Calling on Black to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now. Christmas in Cape May is even better with Rich Zeoli.
It will be a Christmas miracle when you join the Zeoli Show live in May on December 15th.
Ho, ho, ho! Are you ready? Join Rich Zeoli live from the Grand Hotel in Cape May this Friday, December 15th. The Grand Hotel is at 1045 Beach Ave in Cape May. This Friday, 3 till 7 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the Odyssey app.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. This holiday season is in full swing, and the showcases at Family and Company Jewelers are stocked and ready to go. Get yourself to the showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. If you're planning to pop the question this year, how about you stuff her stocking with a diamond engagement ring? Or if you just want a little extra action under the mistletoe, you can't go wrong with a pair of diamond stud earrings. Check off your whole list with one-stop shopping at Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday destination, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, or online at FamilyJewelers.com.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Epic Games calls its antitrust court victory over Google a win for all developers and consumers. A San Francisco jury agreed Google used its dominant position to squeeze excess profits from app developers. Hasbro is cutting 1,100 jobs as sluggish toy sales persist into the holidays. The CEO announcing the cuts yesterday in a memo to employees. A Pew Research Center study shows 1/3 of American teenagers say they almost constantly use at least one of the top 5 social media sites. The clear favorite for a second straight year, YouTube. And stocks posted modest gains, closing at highs for the year, ahead of today's crucial inflation data and this week's Federal Reserve meeting. The Dow rose 157 points. I'm Carmen Roberts. That's your Fox Business Report, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
An estimated 16,000 child care centers closed between December of 2019 and March of 2021. That was according to Child Care Aware of America.
We're seeing lost economic earnings and progress as a result of folks stopping out of the workforce, not being able to participate, and that's all because of child care.
Ann Hedgepath is Child Care Aware of America's Chief of Policy and Advocacy. She spoke to Fox 5 Washington, D.C. recently about this crisis. Some of the numbers behind this highlight the problem. The average cost of child care is around $10,000 per kid each year. The Bureau of Labor Statistics says the median salary for a child care worker is just under $14 an hour. Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders said at a congressional hearing about child care back in May that workers can often make more at a fast food restaurant, so they leave the job.
If you think this is just about the little children, and you think it's about the parents, you're wrong. It's also about the economy. All right. Now, nobody has the exact numbers, but I have heard that there are at least many, hundreds of thousands of people, mostly women, who would like to enter the workforce. They can't because they cannot find quality, affordable child care.
The Bureau of Labor Statistics says as many as 100,000 workers are out of the workforce due to child care issues, and the nonprofit Ready Nation reported earlier this year it may be costing us up to $122 billion a year in lost earnings, productivity, and revenue as a country. But Louisiana Republican Senator Bill Cassidy wondered if we were having the right discussion.
Child care obviously is too expensive for those who need it. But I think it's important to note that it's become more expensive as we've pumped more federal dollars into it.
While providing money to child care centers was considered in the Build Back Better legislation, it got cut in the end. The American Rescue Plan money that was keeping some centers going ran out in September, after which several child care centers announced their closure. Some states are offering subsidies. New York's spending $500 million to help with child care costs. The president's CHIPS and Science Act says semiconductor manufacturers that want government money have to provide their workers access to child care. And more businesses are trying to provide on-site child care now as well that are not in the business of making chips.
So in July of 2023, Tyson opened up a new child care facility in Humboldt, Tennessee.
This year, Tyson Foods joined a growing number of companies providing on-site child care. It's where Garrett Dolan is an associate director of human resources.
It cost about $5 million to construct and is located next to one of our brand new manufacturing facilities, which will employ up to 1,500 people. Wow. It's my understanding that this facility is one of its kind because it's a company-built facility right next to a place of employment. The child care is curriculum-based, meaning that we have expectations that the children will be about 8 to 9 months advanced on the learning spectrum by the time they hit kindergarten versus kids that were not able to attend the learning center. It's subsidized by the state of Tennessee and Tyson, and it's meant to be affordable for the median wage worker in Tennessee.
What does affordable mean? This is not free for the workers. They have to pay something, right? So how much, who's paying all of what? What is the take of each pie, of the percentage?
Yeah. So if you look at the average cost of childcare around the country, it varies. In rural Tennessee, a quality learning center is something in the neighborhood of $12,000 per child per year. Tyson Center is a little bit less than that. We have committed to each of our team members up to $6,500 of that cost is guaranteed in terms of a subsidy. The team member is also expected to apply to the state of Tennessee to participate in their subsidy program as well. That program is based on family income. And so, as you can imagine, if you earn less on the spectrum, you'll get more assistance than if you earn more.
Okay, so now we know that this is not, working at Tyson Foods facility is not an 8 to 4 or 9 to 5 job necessarily. So does this child care company that you all work with, right, it's KinderCare, is their staff working odd hours as well as to accommodate these workers?
Yeah, one of the great challenges of finding childcare, well, there's several great challenges with finding childcare. One, is it affordable? Two, is it available? And even if it is affordable and available, the third is it accessible? And by accessibility, we mean, does it operate at hours where a manufacturing company needs it to work? Typically, in a manufacturing plant for Tyson, we open up at about 5:30 in the morning. So we have decided to open up our childcare facility to be accommodating to that first shift. So we open somewhere between 4:45 and 5 a.m. in the morning. People can drop off their children. They can go get ready for work and put on their safety gear and be ready to go. We operate this facility only currently on the first shift, which means we operate for about 12 hours of the facility. So from 4:30, 4:45 in the morning till about 6 o'clock at night.
Garrett, what sort of conversations do you know workers are having about figuring out if it's worth it to go to work or stay at home and care for little kids? I know that's a huge part of the why here, right, is sort of enticing workers to work. So what kind of conversations have you heard?
Well, yeah, I'm glad you asked that question because it's core to what we're doing. The median manufacturing wage in the state of Tennessee is $36,000 a year. Tyson is paying slightly more than that. So when you think about a person who's at home and they want to come to work at a company that earns $37,000 a year, they have to ask themselves the question, do I really want to go back to work and earn $36,000, $37,000 a year when I have to pay something like $11,000 and $12,000 in childcare? And it's a calculation that unfortunately many parents feel like they just can't make. It's just not worth it. So they don't do it. And so one of the major problems that all manufacturers have around the country is getting an available supply of laborers, of workers. And so our childcare offering is meant to accomplish 3 business objectives. One is we want to expand the pool of people that are available to work. We want parents, young parents, to say, it now makes sense for me to come back to work, get a competitive job, get full benefits, and get my child care largely taken care of. We want to also provide assurances to existing employees when they have young children that they won't have to stop working. We call that retention. We want to attract and we want to retain team members by offering this service. And the third is we want to reduce absenteeism. So as anybody knows, that when you have a young child, the child gets sick often, ear infections.
Or the school is closed for holidays and between summer vacation. Yeah.
Absolutely right. And that's why we decided to subsidize $6,500 of the tuition. And that's why we partnered with the state of Tennessee to offer that subsidy as well.
So other companies have been doing this, but most do not. And I think it's got to come down, right, to the math, dollars and cents. Given what you just said, did the math check out for you all? It made more sense financially for the company to help workers afford childcare right next to where they work rather than not do it.
Yeah, our Humboldt Child Care facility is a pilot project for Tyson. We have really decided to do it right, build a facility right next to our plant, subsidize the team member, have it open when it needs to be open, and have it be high quality. We really don't know yet what the financial return will be on this. I don't expect child care anywhere to be something where a company makes money off of it. We will be lucky if it's a break-even endeavor.
Okay, but then, so why do the, but then I got to interrupt you then. Why do the pilot program if you don't think it will, if what you just said is true, that you don't go into this thinking you're going to make money, then why do it? And did somebody crunch the numbers and think it's still worth it even if we don't make money because it will mean, what, productivity over time? Like, what's the calculation then?
Yeah. So the calculation is, I think Harvard Business Review did an article years ago about what does it cost to replace an employee? And it's essentially 25% of their wages, annual wages. And so when you look at the cost for us to replace an employee or to recruit a new employee, we're incurring that expense today, right? Of that $36,000 that gets paid, 25% of it is the cost guaranteed just to find and keep somebody. That doesn't include the cost of productivity, of how much product can you actually make when you have a stable workforce. That's a function of, the plant itself. We believe that by offering child care, it gives us a competitive advantage in the marketplace because none of the other employers can do it. And the real name of the game is being able to expand the pool of labor to bring people back to work and being able to keep your existing workforce because they're really happy to be there and they feel comfortable that their kids are taken care of.
Why did you guys decide then to do this? Was Tyson experiencing, because we've heard the stories all across the country, that it's hard to find workers, it's hard to retain workers, the pandemic, child care centers closed, and all sorts of industries were impacted in terms of labor force participation. What was Tyson's experience during all of this? Was it just hard to find people and keep people?
Yeah, Tyson's experience, I think it is safe to say that no matter what manufacturing company you are, it's hard to find the labor to run your plant. Those people that earn $36,000, $38,000 a year, there is a shortage across the country of those people. Tyson has been experiencing that for years in the meatpacking industry. In fact, the turnover rate in a meatpacking industry is somewhere about 35 to 40% a year. So that means 35 to 40% of your workforce is going to change every year. Well, when you have a manufacturing plant that's in a rural location, like many of Tyson plants, because we want to be near where the animals are, you have to constantly be thinking about how do I expand the pool of people that are available to work. And childcare does that. We learned the critical nature of childcare during COVID, when parents were getting sick or they were afraid to come to work or their kids weren't able to go to school and there was no one home to take care of the kids. Parents wouldn't come to work. So when COVID hit, it just was the last straw for us. We said, we've got to figure this out, and we're going to do everything we can to see how it works and see if it's an effective business model for us. We know it does two other things very well. We know it bolsters our reputation in the community. We know because we've asked the community leaders, do they see us differently because we offer low-cost childcare? And universally, they say yes. We know the parents that are using the facility today absolutely love it. And about half of the folks that are using the facility today were unable to work before a subsidized childcare model was open. They just couldn't afford it.
Garrett Dolan, Associate Director of Human Resources at Tyson Foods. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Brace yourself for the ultimate holiday deal with Consumer Cellular. Snag an incredible 50% off the Iris Flip when you buy before December 17th, making it only $34.50. The Iris Flip is all the phone and camera you need with a user-friendly design, the perfect flip phone companion. Plus, you'll get nationwide coverage and always free activation. Score 50% off when you use promo code RADIO50. Head over to consumercellular.com and use promo code RADIO50 during checkout to score this deal.
Team, it's snowing again tomorrow. They're predicting 2 to 3 feet.
'Tis the overtime season for Frank Snowplows.
Kelly, can you take another shift?
Let it snow. Quality driver applicants.
Hey guys, know anybody else with a D license?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Toby from Wendy's. Picture a Baconator. The 6 strips of Applewood smoked bacon, the hot and juicy beef, the pretzel bun. Wait, pretzel bun? A pretzel Baconator. And it's only here for a limited time? And right now you can get $3 off mobile orders of $15 or more with the offer in the Wendy's app? This changes everything. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new Pretzel Baconator.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. $15 minimum required before taxes and fees. Account registration required.
Hey, this is Mike Quick. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point-of-sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS system available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team will create a custom game plan that will help your business succeed. Visit pdqpos.com.
At some point today, everybody will use a bathroom. But if you're a contractor, there's an excellent reason why right now you could use a lot of bathrooms. It's the Great Bathroom Break at Colonial Marble and Granite, where every vanity you buy comes with a free stone countertop and free sink. Classic, traditional, contemporary, in stock for pickup or ready to ship. Choose a color and style, get a surface and sink, and you're good to go. So get going. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details on their vanity special.
Whoa, long time no see. It's me, the rock t-shirt in the back of your closet. Dude, remember? You crowd surfed in me, man. But you haven't worn me in like forever. I get it, you're retired, but I still got some rock left in me. So take me to Goodwill, where I can really make a difference.
Your donations to Goodwill create jobs, training programs, and education assistance for people in your community. To find your nearest donation center, go to goodwill.org. Donate stuff. Create jobs. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Carmen Roberts. The Supreme Court gives former President Trump's attorneys until December 20th to respond after justices agreed to quickly consider whether to take up the case of Trump's immunity.
Special counsel Jack Smith petitioned the court asking for a quick decision. The federal judge overseeing the case ruled that Donald Trump does not deserve a lifetime, quote, get out of jail free pass just because he was president.
Fox's David Spunt. Hedge fund CEO and Harvard mega donor Bill Ackman says a trusted source told him Harvard University President Claudine Gay is not resigning and that the board has decided not to fire her.
This all originated when the presidents of Harvard, the University of Pennsylvania, and MIT did not give definitive yes or no answers when testifying last week. They were asked if calls for the genocide of Jews would violate their school's code of conduct.
Fox's Jeff Paul. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
We were treated to a pair of Monday Night Football games in Week 14 with both decided late, including the Giants beating the Packers on the game's last play.
The hold, the kick.
the win for the Giants.
That was the call on ABC as Randy Bullock gave New York a 24-22 win. In the other game Monday, the Titans scored a pair of touchdowns in the final 3 minutes to shock the Dolphins 28-27. Tennessee moves to 5-8, Miami 9-4. In the NBA, the Pistons lost their 20th game in a row, falling to the Pacers 131-123. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Eric Messersmith, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Transparency is in short supply in today's NFL. Things were already headed in that direction before the 2020 pandemic, but when COVID-19 forced the league to shut off the majority of media availability, the league looked around and decided, well, this is nice. Players and coaches now go so far out of their way to not say anything that they come across as almost unbelievable at times. The game has lost some of its human element, instead heading into a robotic direction that keeps NFL headquarters happy, but doesn't do much to endear players and teams to their fans. I will never crush a player or coach for being raw and honest after a game, even if they say something they probably shouldn't, because the league needs more of that honesty and fewer empty phrases mixed with a healthy dose of stringing together words that don't really say anything. Speak your mind and fans just may respond favorably. I'm Chad Withrow with Outkick 360 and Outkick.com on the Fox News Rundown.
I'm always striving to live my healthiest life, so I need a health plan that has my back. With Independence Blue Cross, I get access to the largest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free virtual doctor visits 24/7. Plus, with premiums as low as $0 per month, I can stay on top of my health and keep my budget in check. Independence has given me coverage I can count on, and they'll do the same for you. Learn more about your coverage options at IBX.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Carol Roth.
What's on your mind?
My social media feeds are filled with reposts from TikTok videos featuring Gen Z having a lot of issues with work. Lazy girl jobs encouraging women to seek out low stress, minimal effort, possibly remote jobs, but of course high paying ones, became a viral phenomenon. One young woman shared an on-camera breakdown over working 9 to 5 because with commute, she was tired and didn't have enough, quote, free time. While it's easy to dunk on these young people, I really blame the parents. This hurts because Gen Z is being raised in large part by Gen X, which should make the kids awesome and self-sufficient. But alas, we keep witnessing across social media, many young people are struggling. Here's where they've been let down and how they can change it around. 1. Not preparing Gen Z for work. With young people consuming so much Marxist propaganda online and even in school, it's not surprising that young people want to do as little work as possible and just expect that food, clothing, shelter, entertainment, and more will fall from the sky for them. When you're young, you start from square one. You don't have a lot of experience, so yes, you have to work hard to take care of your needs and wants. And then, over time, you can earn extra free time if you desire it. That doesn't mean you should neglect self-care. It just means you need to be realistic and efficient. And give it perspective and focus on what's amazing about those opportunities to which others don't have access. 2. Not giving them self-worth. When I was young, my father instilled in me a sense of pride in whatever I did. Whether it was making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches as a worker in the kitchen of a day camp, yes, I did that job, to writing best-selling books now, whatever I do, my name goes on it, and I take putting my name on my work seriously. Many young people don't have pride in themselves or their work, which is their personal art and contribution to the world. The idea that you are seeking to be a lazy girl is absolutely emblematic of not having pride in yourself and how you spend your time. It doesn't mean that you have to kill yourself with work, but you have a privilege that very few people around the world and throughout history have had. You can choose how you want to earn a living and support yourself, and you have a wide variety of choices which you can change fairly easily and frequently throughout your life. Whatever you do, give yourself your all and be proud of what you are contributing to others and to your own self-fulfillment. 3. Mentorship for Gen Z. Mentorship can help Gen Z reach their potential. Young people should seek out relationships with people they admire, in real life, not on TikTok and Instagram, and get feedback when they're struggling. There are so many people who have decades of experience that can help make them more at ease with their personal and professional choices and with their perspective. And people are usually very willing to help if you ask kindly and make it easy for them to do. What Gen Z needs to learn is that growth, challenges, and struggles are all a normal part of life, but broadcasting those to the world is not. I'm Carol Roth, New York Times bestselling author of You Will Own Nothing and the creator of the Future File Legacy Planning System. You can connect with me at carolroth.com/news.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Philadelphia, Radnor, and Allentown, Pennsylvania, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. Michelle Ferrari, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Online at CordellCordell.com.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment by anyone associated with your housing, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances. If this happens to you, file a complaint with HUD. No strings attached. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Headed to the National Appliance Warehouse for your new kitchen appliances?
I know big box stores have low prices, but what about service?
It's great. Their cutting-edge team of professionals will answer all of your questions. They'll even suggest what to ask. They do it all, including their own delivery and custom installation teams, plus 0% extended financing.
Wow.
I know, and you can shop over 100 brands in their 15,000 square foot showroom. That's 6 times the amount of space the average home improvement store devotes to appliances.
Okay, so better service, selection, and prices, right?
Always. National Appliance Warehouse Price Assures scans prices online and updates electronic tags in real time to confirm theirs are the lowest.
It's the season of savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, December 12th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app and streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland with the news, Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board, Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Loaded Tuesday show in which we will be joined by our favorite Donald Trump impersonator, Sean Farash, at 9 o'clock this morning. And I hear he has not one, but 2 holiday songs.
What?
That he will sing as Donald Trump.
Sing?
He's going to sing for us.
Wow.
That's correct.
All right, I like this.
He's going to sing, he's going to do some impressions, and then he will get out of Trump mode and give us a thought or two on a few of the big issues of the day.
Love it.
And he also has a special announcement for all you good boys and girls out there.
Uh-oh.
Have you been nice for the holiday season?
An announcement is Trump or is Sean?
I think Sean.
Okay.
But maybe he'll deliver it as Trump.
Okay.
I don't know. He could throw me a curveball. Then my head will explode. It'll be good. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Gregory?
I'm well, my friend. Look, by the way, a little side note. I didn't listen to you, and I took Tommy Cutlets and the Giants last night.
Solid winner.
And
that's why I watched wrestling instead, because I had no feel for those games. I was like, I am not watching either one of these trash games.
24-22.
There you go.
They beat a terrible Packers team.
All right. Spike will be happy up in New York this morning. Good for him.
Boys in the back, Dawn's camera is not focused or not in the correct spot. If you can move that.
You think the cameras are ever messed up on Fox and Friends? Just wondering. But then again, who am I to say? We got a lot of good things to get to today. You know it's bad when you are resorting to a loser from almost 8 years ago. That'll be the theme of the Big Take this morning. We have more fallout from the Ivy Leagues, including a lot of new details on Claudine Gay. We have got to get to this story. That'll be coming up at the bottom of the hour. Apparently, one of the most, I guess you could call her, successful female comedians of the last decade on SNL apparently did a little backpedaling when it came to Miss Stefanik with that weekend debacle and that skit we played for you. We'll get you updated on that. We also have the anti-Semitic coffee shop in California update to give you.
An anti-Semitic coffee shop?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, remember that story? That's what happened, right?
Those are some bad beans. I don't know. I'm sorry. It just struck me funny when you said it. I'm sorry.
Tell you what, a lot of people losing their gigs these days. Better be careful with what you say, folks.
Have a little anti-Semitism with your hot job.
Right?
Yes.
It's a sin coffee.
Do you like your anti-Semitism cold brewed?
Oh, my gosh.
Over ice?
You mean that place up in Oakland, right?
Yes.
With those
the
three,
Bay Area.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, with all the people wearing their little beanies and nose rings.
Yeah.
We'll get you updated on that. Who knew that good football and bad football would determine whether or not politicians campaign on a Sunday?
You call it a beanie too. I thought I was the
Skull
only.
cap?
I thought I was the only person that called it that. When I said that on the radio,
Yeah.
maybe 2 years ago, everybody looked at me like, "What's a beanie?"
Yeah, it's a beanie.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
No problem.
For those of you who don't know, the winter cap.
Yeah.
The one that guys wear a lot.
That's correct.
I wear it to
Skull
hold my hair
cap.
back.
It's like a skull cap.
I've called it the skull cap as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's got multiple names.
Skull cap sounds cooler.
It's DEI for headwear. Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
I always say to my wife, "Hey, can you grab my beanie?" And she goes, "What the hell is that?"
Shut up, Greg.
Like, says, sure, honey.
Stop using that 1998 jargon. And also later today, a timeless holiday classic will really illustrate how bad Biden inflation is. We'll get to that as we continue. And, of course, Sean Farash, the cut sheet. We got a lot of good things to get to. But we've got news to get to. As always, at 6:05, round number one, the great Dawn Stensland.
And just to begin this Tuesday morning, it's December 12th. We're upper 40s today in bright sunshine. So it's going to be a nice day. I'll tell you when the forecast is going to change bigly. But we have Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, and updating you on how we started yesterday on those 2 officers who were shot at, injured, And we talked a lot about that yesterday. So they're both out of the hospital this morning, the two Philadelphia Highway Patrol officers. They're recovering at home after that shootout in the city's Holmesburg neighborhood that happened early Sunday morning. So for one of the officers, we had said it was the second time being shot on the job. And one of the officers has been on the job 6 years, the other 9 years. Both were there, called there to investigate a shooting when they, in fact, became the victims of a shooting themselves. So I just wanted to point out because they were shot in the face, and we talked about that yesterday, and there was a lot of concern. How are they doing, and so on and so forth. So these are not life-threatening injuries per se, long road to recovery, but thank God, as many had said, thank God.
Yeah.
They're expected to recover.
All right, that's some positive news.
So wanted to start out with something positive.
All right.
Let's talk about what's going on, because yesterday, of course, President Joe Biden was in town and speaking there, talking with the firefighters. But tragically, and maybe ironically, you might say, we have a woman who has died in a fire that erupted at a high-rise condo building right in Philadelphia's Spring Gardens section. Happened last night. Several other residents have now been displaced. I know the Red Cross is there helping people who right now don't have a home. But this fire broke out at the Philadelphia condominiums on Pennsylvania Avenue, right near 24th Street, near the Parkway and the Art Museum. If you know this area, this is one of, if not the biggest building specifically in that area. And so fire officials say that the smoke alarms started sounding around 11 o'clock. Were there overnight. Obviously a frigid night to evacuate people, get them out safely. But in this one, that they say it's not. The truth is the smoke alarms go off oftentimes with cooking and that sort of thing. So a lot of people in the building didn't immediately realize that this was the real thing.
Yeah. Funny you mentioned the firefighters in that situation, because Joe was, as you mentioned, here in Philadelphia, and he was telling the fire story again that has been debunked 1,000 times.
And we actually have, I'm going to play that coming up at
Yep.
7:45. We actually have the news article from 2004 when it actually came out, and it describes what happened.
Yeah.
Which is not exactly what Joe Biden says.
Yeah, he's a liar. It's unbelievable.
Well, in this case, the fire was on the 14th floor apartment unit. So ultimately, they found this woman in her 40s, rushed her to the hospital, could not save her life. They saved and got out everybody. They got everybody else out in that one. And yes, ironically, it was Ladder 1 first on the scene, because that's one of the things we talked about. Ladder 1, newly restored Monday during that big news conference yesterday with the president here. The governor was here. Mayor Kenny was speaking awkwardly. But Ladder 1 was restored. We have new apparatus, and so as well, we also have somewhat 72 new firefighters who will start now. They'll go into the academy right now. But they were announcing this FEMA program where they're bringing in $22.4 million federal dollars. But I will say this grant is only going to last 3 years to reinstate. This was all shut down, and I remember at the time it was a big deal. This was shut down right after, well, they blamed the economy at the time, but it was 15, 16 years ago.
Okay.
So Biden in town, and then after the Biggity Big news conference, Joe Biden goes for a Biggity Big fundraiser.
After he was walking around aimlessly and wandering off stage midway through a presentation, Joe wasn't hopped up on his pills yesterday, I don't think.
So I know that it's unfortunate, right? That goes viral, and Mayor Jim Kenney in the awkward picture with the president. That's what goes viral.
Yep.
So it was a big day for our firefighters. So we're proud of them. We have a man in critical condition this morning after 3 men ambushed him with firearms, bullets in the stairwell of his East Germantown apartment complex. Philadelphia police investigating this morning. They say this man was in the stairwell when 2 guys approached him from upstairs, and then another came from downstairs. Looks like an ambush. Fired 28 rounds at this victim, hitting him twice in the chest, several times in the legs. They're now reviewing surveillance cameras to figure out and identify, hopefully, these 3 guys. Police are searching for suspects in Philadelphia who broke into at least 9 homes in Andorra in Philadelphia. So they did release the Ring doorbell or Ring type camera video that captures what looks like 4 suspects. They've been canvassing homes in this area. If you know this area, it's Cathedral Road, and this was a dark-colored SUV. You see it pull across the street. 3 guys get out, and then you see a woman all dressed all in white, dressed up. She's in front of the home, and they said it looks like she's posing as a lookout for the burglars. So while they go in the back, she's out front, sort of looking out and acting like she's just somebody out there walking or looking around, whatever. So
nice.
So look out for this. 3 men, female driver, and they were ransacking homes, stealing jewelry, other valuables out of these homes in this area.
Next thing you know, the female will be pushing an empty stroller with no baby in it as the lookout, or walking the dog pretending to be a resident of the neighborhood. This is a lot of vibes of Home Alone 3 right now. I can remember that vividly in the movie.
Oh, that's
Home Alone 3?
Home Alone 3.
Nobody watches
The Lost one. Nobody really remembers that one.
What is wrong with you?
It's
6'11", you're quoting Home Alone 3.
It's an indictment on my life. I get it.
Horrendous.
We have a stabbing suspect shot by SEPTA, shot by a SEPTA police officer. This happened 2 weeks ago and has died within the past 12 hours. So this guy, identified as 48-year-old Gregory Skane, accused of stabbing 3 people, including that unarmed security guard at the Walnut Street SEPTA. Again, it happened a couple weeks ago, Thanksgiving weekend-ish, a couple days after Thanksgiving. So SEPTA police had said an unarmed security guard approached him during the incident, and he went on to stab her in the neck. Well, Skane then slashed at least 2 passengers before fleeing the scene. Ultimately, SEPTA had shot him, died last night in the hospital. So they were releasing that one. We have so much going on that I know we'll be talking about, but I will point out 2 things. We talked about the Golden Globe nominations, and Barbie leads those Golden Globe noms. So just to headline that one for you, I know late morning we talked about that one.
They're having trouble finding a host for it. They asked Chris Rock, and Chris Rock was like, "Nah,
I'm available."
Yeah.
Nick
Hale hosting.
I mean, I projected that Barbie would lead the way anyway, so they might as well bring me down on the carpet.
You'd have to put something on your head so it doesn't shine.
So it doesn't shine.
Shining a little bit this morning.
Dawn can hook me up with that stuff. She's got the product.
And we also have in court special counsel, who's very special, Jack Smith, has gone directly to SCOTUS, to the Supreme Court of the United States of America, to the highest court, on this issue of a Trump immunity claim. Is he immune? Is he actually immune from prosecution or persecution because he was president at the time, but also because he's a presidential candidate and the leading candidate by far?
A couple of legal scholars not named Jonathan Turley say that Jack Smith is struggling right now, and this is not looking good for Jack. So keep an eye on that. This is not a lot of momentum, I think, for Trump right now in the courts.
Dun, dun, dun. So that's playing out. And then we have, and speaking, you talked about Biden. So we have Joe Biden's back in Washington. He's going to get a very special visitor. And this is the Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky coming to Capitol Hill to say, show me more money.
It must be nice. You just go to your daddy, you ask for another blank check, and daddy gives it to you. Good life.
He's like the deadbeat son.
He is.
Who always shows up at your parents' house every month. Like, I'm a little short this month. Do you think you can help me?
I was thinking about coming over for Sunday dinner. How's the pot roast, Joey? Oh, it's good. Can I have $2,000? What?
Well, we are sponsored this morning by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. So visit the secrets of finishing your holiday shopping. 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards are always available, josephanthony.com. The forecast today, upper 40s, so we're looking at 47-ish, bright sunny skies. The wind diminishes. Tomorrow, much of the same. And we're looking at Thursday, looks to be the coldest day of the week, 39 degrees, but still no precipitation. We dry out from all that rain that we got over the weekend and into yesterday morning. And then for the weekend, we're in the low to mid 50s. Saturday looks like the better day as of right now. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:15 on a Tuesday morning. Let's get ready for another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
The big take this morning, resorting to a loser. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and that is ringing true with the Democratic Party today. Dems are in deep, deep trouble as they are reportedly bringing in Hillary Clinton to help with Joe Biden's reelection. According to reports, her role is expected to grow in the next year as President Biden ramps up his campaign in 2024. Hillary Clinton, a certified, bona fide, and verified loser, it eats at her every single day that the outsider, Donald Trump, beat her fair and square in 2016. So what does it say about the Biden administration? He leans on her, but odds are he will. I think of three words coming out of the Biden camp with Hillary in his favor since July, and they can't run on policy victories because they have, well, very few. I'm sure Joe will continue to tout the CHIPS Act, or how jobs have been restored. Of course, most of those jobs were taken away from you by them during the pandemic. But, never let facts get in the way of a good narrative. But the truth is they can't sell the economy, crime in the big cities, the southern border, inflation, energy prices, or two wars right now. So they can't sell global peace. So what do you sell? You sell fear. Fear of the Supreme Court from the Dobbs decision. They'll sell Trump fear porn with democracy and dictatorship. And some of you out there will take the bait. But the fear-mongering started yesterday morning, bright and early at 5 a.m. on CNN. Not sure who watches CNN at all, but much less at 5 a.m. in the morning. Listen and watch this.
5 a.m. here in Washington, where we have new CNN poll numbers this morning in two critical battleground states. The news is not great for President Biden and his campaign. The numbers show Donald Trump leading in both Georgia and Michigan. In Georgia, a state Biden carried by a very narrow margin in 2020. Registered voters say they prefer Trump over Biden by 5%. In Michigan, which Trump won in 2016 but Biden carried in 2020, our poll now showing Trump 10 points up. Note that a full 10% of those polled in each state say that they wouldn't support either candidate. Trump's margin over Biden is significantly boosted in both states by people who say they did not vote in 2020. These less engaged voters favored Trump by 26 points in Georgia and 40 points in Michigan.
Wow. Those who did not vote in 2020, voting in 2024, and they favor Donald Trump significantly. So what's the strategy? Well, we've been told directly by Gavin Newsom that it won't be him. As I've said all along, I think Joe is the nominee as long as he is breathing and alive. But what's the catch? We know the Dems are always playing chess. Could Joe be the nominee because Democrats believe he can do it again in 2024, get elected, pardon his son, and then step aside in year one at some point in 2025? I could see it happening. What I don't see happening is a repeat of 2020 from a strategy standpoint. You are bringing an election denier on board now who lost to Trump, and that is your saving grace. Let's hear from actually a quartet of losers, Hillary, Kamala, Joe, and Jimmy Carter. Listen and watch a montage of election denialism.
You can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee, and you can have the election stolen from you.
How can you win with Russian interference, though?
That's
what I'm scared about in 2020.
But rightly.
Because I think he's an illegitimate president that didn't really win. So how do you fight against that in 2020?
You are absolutely right.
He's an illegitimate president in my mind.
Would you be my vice presidential candidate? Folks, look, I absolutely agree.
Trump didn't actually win the election in 2016. He lost the election, and he was put into office because the Russians interfered.
Russia interfered with our election, attacked our democracy for the sole purpose of artificially placing someone at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. They were successful.
Trump knows he's an illegitimate president.
It was Russia. That's the plan in 2024 if it goes wrong for the Democrats. If you lose again, claim it was Russian election interference. And how do I know that's going to happen? Well, we just heard it yesterday from Hunter Biden. We just saw and heard Hunter Biden on the Moby podcast blame Russia. It's actually becoming a family tradition. So Joe's going to stay in his basement, avoid debates, lie about his son, lie about his own dealings with his son and his son's businesses, have zero accomplishments, be the lowest rated president of almost any American's lives today, and he's just going to waltz to victory by simply not being Donald J. Trump, that's a hard sell. But one thing is crystal clear. The Democrats have a thin bench, and they are resorting to a lady who lost 8 years ago to salvage a sinking ship. A lady linked to 30,000 plus emails that were destroyed, Benghazi, a husband with connections to Epstein Island, and she didn't land a punch in 2016. And as a shot fighter in 2024, I don't think she's going to land any punches this time around either. And that's a major sign of panic for the left. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in with your thoughts and reactions, we certainly encourage it. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. Or, of course, you can be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and be a part of the show today. Coming up next, we'll get some further details as to what Hillary's involvement will be with the Biden administration for 2024. And then we have more fallout from the Ivy Leagues, including the Harvard president. Not only is she anti-Semitic, not only is she apparently a DEI hire, she's also a plagiarist. So we'll get to those details as we continue here in the 6 o'clock hour. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, it's Kayal and Company Tuesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As I said earlier, I put the money line bet last night on the New York Giants. Paid off for me, even though that they were the underdog. But you can do the same right now at FanDuel Sportsbook, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets for any winning $5 moneyline bet looking ahead to the Eagles on next Monday. So a week from yesterday, the Eagles are favored by the Eagles -3.5, the moneyline -196. Plunk $5 down, you can win $150. I love the FanDuel app. It's so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, even if for games you don't care about. Spreads, player props, over-unders, and so much more. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, present in PA. Personal line or money wager, only $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue does not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Make today the day.
It was painful. Any Eagles loss hurts, but when it ends up in a runaway, it lingers longer. This could have been different. We knew the Birds needed a fast start, so they drove down twice in the first quarter and came away with 2 field goals. That opened the door, and San Francisco was off and running. I try not to get too carried away, but it puts the word crucial in front of this Dallas game. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchuk, PNC Bank Regional President. Across the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection, this is the season we gather together with family, friends, and neighbors. It's a time to celebrate all we've achieved and look forward to a new beginning as another year approaches. At PNC, it's also a time when we celebrate and thank everyone across the region for putting your trust in us. From all of us at PNC to all of you, happy holidays. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Life can get hectic. It's time to retreat from the noise. Take a breath. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's oldest and largest Catholic retreat house, located on a stunning campus in Chester County. Surround yourself in God's beauty while you step back, reflect, and recharge. Malvern Retreat House hosts men and women's retreats, plus couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and more. For retreat information and schedules, go to malvernretreat.com. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice.
Hey, this is Norman Chaikin, also known as Norman the Floorman. I'll never forget my dad's last words. Norman, will you stop playing with that bow and arrow? No kidding, folks. If you're responsible for buying carpet for your company or organization, you need to call me now. I stock the largest selection of commercial carpet in the Delaware Valley. Call 800-220-RUGS. Call Norman the Floorman to save 50% off our competitor's best price. Now that's not chopped liver.
Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk and text on every plan starting at $20 per month. Stay connected in rain, sleet, and snow with their premium nationwide 5G coverage with no contract and free activation. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The winter months are rolling in, and I'm excited to talk with you, though, about Rescue's natural supplements Deck the Hall sale. We're talking up to a whopping 78% off on all products, including essential omega-3s, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and much more. And get this, the savings last the entire month. And did I mention that Rescue is offering 15 special health-boosting products at under $20? To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. You can fortify your immune system, boost energy levels, support overall well-being with Rescue selection of over 50 high-quality natural supplements. There's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So stay healthy this holiday season by shopping res-q.com today.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate our sweet children, loving grandparents, and eternal soulmates. Now let's use them to save money on wireless. Because with the Straight Talk Silver Plan, you get 4 lines for just $25 a month with unlimited data and no contracts. So add those human pawns, loved ones, and save money. Thanks, kids. They're finally worth it. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Get 4 lines on Silver Unlimited for $25 per line per month, plus taxes and fees. For data management practices and additional terms, visit straighttalk.com.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 628. Happy Tuesday to each and every one of you. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. You know, fascinating dynamic playing out here with the Democrats right now because, one thing we know, and Dawn always points it out, and it's a really good point, is that eventually Democrats get it together, they rally behind their man or their woman, and they push them to the finish line. But there's a divide right now with the Democrats. When you look at it from the 30,000-foot view, the progressives and the radical left of the Democratic Party have hijacked the Biden administration with the DEI nonsense and the never-ending wokeness. Yet then when you kind of start to peel the onion back a little bit, there's a divide within the party over the whole situation going on in the Middle East. And the squad Dems and those on the far left that have had a lot of influence on the party are not happy with Joe. So if you look at the Biden administration and how they're struggling in all of the polls, maybe, just maybe, they're sitting back and saying, you know what? We've got a lot of people in our own party right now on the far left that aren't happy with us. So what do? We pull out the legacies, the longtime political families. We'll certainly pull out the Obamas when we get to 2024, and we'll pull out the Clintons. We'll do diversity, equity, and inclusion the old-fashioned way with Barack and Hillary. So I think it's very interesting that you are resorting to somebody that got beat fair and square 8 years ago, and apparently it's been started probably within the last 10 days or so. NBC News with a story about Hillary Clinton stepping out as a key player in Joe's re-election effort. I always want to get your thoughts on this. They say the following. On the final Monday in November, in a Washington home stately enough to have a name, Whitehaven, members of the Women's Leadership Forum raised just shy of $1 million for President Joe Biden's re-election effort. Their host was Hillary Clinton. 2 weeks earlier, Clinton published an op-ed in The Atlantic, I must have missed that one, that forcefully made the case for Biden's approach to the Israel-Hamas war. And 2 weeks before that, at a Columbia University panel, Hillary Clinton shut down a heckler who asked her to comment on Biden's, quote, warmongering. In those moments, in an interview on The View and in social media posts, the 2016 Democratic presidential nominee is stepping into a role as one of the most prominent and influential surrogates in Biden's re-election effort. Why are they doing this? Well, apparently Hillary is still very popular with women and key parts of the Democratic base and remains a fundraising draw. And her role is only expected to grow in the new year. But for now, she's filling a space that at a later point in time, she will be joining Barack Obama. So to me, what it looks like here is this is a 3-on-1 match with Washington's career political families, the Bidens, the Clintons, and the Obamas against Trump. I don't know, perhaps the Bushes will join at some point. I say that facetiously. But I think this is the battle Trump is up against. And I got to tell you, even though Democrats always rally, I don't know, Dawn, if I am Joe Biden or anybody in that administration, I guess you can't deny the facts that Hillary carries weight with certain demographics. But going to somebody that you lost to 8 years ago, is that the level of desperation that they're at? Are they actually reading the polls and believing the polls that they are in deep doo-doo? Because we're told don't believe the polls. The polls have been wrong for the last year and a half. I'm starting to wonder if Democrats believe the polls. Forget Republicans for a moment.
Well, okay, I'll go by here in Philadelphia what we saw during past presidential, campaigns.
Yep.
When Obama showed up, everybody was excited to see Obama. They were excited to see. I remember one of my kids, their history teacher, who actually is a judge in Montgomery County right now, was all excited, drove for somebody in the, maybe it was Michelle Obama. So everybody was excited about the Obamas. So even if the Obamas show up, yeah, they're rock stars in the Democratic Party, but that doesn't necessarily translate into votes.
Right.
For Hillary, I think she's interesting right now because they're obviously going for the women's vote on the abortion issue. She's very popular with women on the left, obviously, but maybe getting some moderate women and maybe getting some younger women in there. And sometimes she goes with, her daughter Chelsea.
Yep.
And so they're trying to get that young woman vote and rev up about the abortion issue, which obviously is a winner for Democrats. In my humble opinion here, if that's all you've got,
right?
Boy, you're in trouble. And Nick, as you were talking, I even looked up. This is actually MSNBC, and I'll just read you the headline on MSNBC. Hillary Clinton is a risky Biden 2024 surrogate. The president needs fresh, uncontroversial energy for 2024. Clinton isn't it.
I would agree with that. And I would say this. I think if you're a Democrat right now and you're in that administration and it was a toss-up between, now it will be both. Let me preface by saying that. But if you said, who should we bring in to ramp up the efforts down the stretch and who carries more weight and who has more starch in their shorts, so to speak, these days still, Barack Obama, to me, carries more weight than Hillary Clinton. We played you those clips a couple of times where Hillary was at public speaking events. And how many times was she heckled? Now, I get it. It was only a few people or perhaps one individual in an auditorium. But if you are, and here's the other thing, keep in mind, Trump has grown in the African-American vote from 8% to 22%. So if you are losing some of the black voters, who do you call on? You call on Barack Obama. You don't call on Hillary Clinton. But I agree, 1,000%. It's going to be abortion, 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 and she will be certainly the face for female reproductive rights and all of that. One Republican strategist said, quote, if you need help amongst women voters and you're a Democrat and you're running against Donald Trump and you turn to Hillary, you should just quit because it's over.
I remember at the time during the 2016 campaign discussing how horrible of a case. It just reminded me from listening to that clip that you played in your big take about her saying, well, you can be the better candidate and run the better campaign. Her campaign was absolutely god-awful. She cared too much about the woke Brooklyn elites.
Yep.
Even had her campaign office there with Robbie Mook in Brooklyn and spent so much time worrying about that group and completely forgetting about the quote-unquote Rust Belt and Middle America. Basically, not even going there, campaigning there, because she thought she had the presidency wrapped up.
Yeah.
So, for her to say that she ran this amazing campaign is just factually incorrect.
Yeah.
And the fact that the Biden administration thinks that she can help with her disastrous campaign shows that they have no idea what they're talking about.
Yep. It's a very interesting dynamic for sure. And I was going to a dentist yesterday, and I was listening to Zioli in I think it was his opening segment, it was around 3:15. He was talking about the Harvard stuff, and we'll get to that here in a moment. But he was talking about how the Democrats have lost the working class, the common man, and how the Democrats have gone to the fringe, the global elites, the elites in this country, the Ivy League people in their little woke think tank. So if Democrats are just going to keep catering to the fringe, and I'm not talking about just woke progressive, I'm talking about, certain female issues and, sticking in this little bubble of, this arrogant dynamic and demographic, and they are going to lose. Now, they do a great job, obviously, coming to Philadelphia, as Joe was just here. They do a great job with the unions, but if they're going to just omit what you just said as far as, the Rust Belt and things like that, I think Republicans will take that all day. They'll scoop up those votes.
I think what is crushing here, and here's the thing, everything you're talking about, I think for Republicans and or conservatives, and I say it like that, I always say Republicans and or conservatives because all conservatives or libertarians are not necessarily identifying as Republicans.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
But the Texas case that's going on right now, and I know we'll talk about it, with this mom named Kate Cox, and she wanted an abortion only because she and her husband have 2 other kids, and she's at 20 weeks, and they found out the baby has a fatal diagnosis, and it's a horrifying situation. They wanted this. The fact that Texas is taking her on, and now she just went out of state. This is a horrible, horrible case.
This will be a campaign ad.
This will be a campaign ad.
Oh, that's a good point.
It will be a campaign ad, and it's going to. I said that the other day. I said if states like Texas continue to do stuff like this, the GOP will lose every election from now until kingdom come.
Be your own worst enemy.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Compounding the mistakes.
Because this case in particular, this is not somebody who's using this as birth control or this or that. This is like they're a mommy and a daddy, regular suburban folks that everybody in America can relate to, and they have this they're coping with a horrible diagnosis that nobody would ever want.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, you would just go into a miscarriage.
Yep.
And so, tragically, though, they're saying that her health is at risk. They're saying that this baby, if the baby's even born, the baby won't live. I mean, it's the worst scenario that any couple could ever have.
Mm-hmm.
Like I say, they were excited that she was pregnant. They wanted this baby.
Right.
Everything here is just even people who are pro-life are mortified by this case. And the fact that this poor couple and their family has to now go out of state because of this, it goes to the privacy issues. It goes to, she can't even have a conversation with her doctor. I mean, everything. Greg's exactly right. This case will be front and center. You're right, Greg. It's going to be front and center.
It's going to be plastered on your TV in those 30-second spots.
Yep.
I can write the campaign ad right now. Just have a news clip of the story and says, this will be your future if Trump is elected. The end. 2024 is in the bag for it.
Yep. And you'll have the interview with her. You'll have the interview with her standing there holding her husband's
the media,
hands, and she'll say, I didn't want this.
She'll be on all the Sunday shows.
The media will exploit this, and it'll be everywhere. So,
and they're not liberal. They're not progressive. They're not nothing. They just want to live, and they want their private moment with their doctor to cry and grieve. And the fact that in Texas they're doing this could actually Greg, you're right. It could doom not just the next presidential election, but everything for Republicans. You're right.
All right. If you guys want to jump in, you can certainly do so. 610-63.
What?
Wow, that's a wrong phone number.
What?
I had a flashback to 10 years ago. I was on the verge of giving out the old sports station number.
See,
you can call that station, but you're not going to be able to talk about what we're talking about.
Nick is so mortified by the thought of Greg's, ad.
I've never done that.
Through you.
I don't know, Greg. Do you remember Jody McDonald?
Of course, he still works at.
Yeah, he bounced around. He would do New York sports and Philly sports for both of the Odyssey stations, and he wouldn't know what station he was on. He'd give out the wrong number.
Yeah, Jody's the best.
I just had a Jody moment. All right, so I'll be trying this one more time. 855-839-1210. That's how you actually get in touch with Kayal and Company. You can jump in, and we'll come back. I want to get some thoughts here. We've got some updates here on the Ivy League fallout continues. Massive demand at Harvard for Gay to not be let go, and apparently she's a plagiarist. We'll have those details, and also the fallout from Cecily Strong on SNL when she kind of backpedaled out of playing Elise Stefanik on Saturday night. We'll wrap up the 6 o'clock hour with those stories on the other side here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk for years now about Chapman windows, doors, and siding. I love all the work they've done in my home to make my home more beautiful and energy efficient. And you know by now that if I needed windows, doors, siding, I would only trust the Chapman family team. So you may not think of Chapman right away for siding or stucco remediation, even though I've talked about it in the past, but I would trust nobody else with this investment. This is important, and it's for your home. If you're thinking about maybe updating your current siding or removing that old stucco and then replacing it with siding, I want you to think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home is going to pop. If you have stucco, updating it, for example, with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding is going to add value and beauty to your home. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball. Plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on this job. So if you or somebody you know, you're looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, hardware, stucco remediation, whatever it is, just give them a call. You can text them. They're listening right now. Like-minded, great people, 610-431-8898. You can always take a virtual tour online, chapmanwindowsdoors.com for all the details, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, oh, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123, 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas are back. A very luxurious Christmas gift for her, one that'll make you a holiday hero. This year, Pajamagram has upped the ante. How about a free Barely There naturally nude nightie? How about $75 of savings? How about gift packaging options and quick delivery? That's an effortless 2-in-1 deluxe gift that you both are guaranteed to love. Soft and silky with a Barely There feel, curve caressing with a fit that's better than lingerie. Best selling for a reason. Pajamagram's naturally nude pajamas and nightie are designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild. Now is the time to win Christmas. Now is the time to go get your special someone naturally nude from Pajamagram. But hurry, this gift sells out every year. Shop now while it lasts. Head to pajamagram.com for naturally nude pajamas and save $75 on a free naturally nude nightie.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Tuesday morning, Kayal and Company, as we roll on 646. Welcome back in. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. What's on the cut sheet coming up just about 1 hour from now? Our great buddy Sean Farash, Donald Trump impression, and a couple of songs that he will be delivering to us today, as he'll be joining us at 9 o'clock today, and he will also have a very special announcement that he will give us just around 9:15 this morning before we wrap with him. 855-839-1210 to climb in. So we have more fallout from the Ivy Leagues, and if you thought that Liz McGill's resignation, which was kind of a cop-out, kind of the easy way out. They don't have to, quote, fire her and terminate her. You know, she's going to end up bouncing back somewhere else at another Ivy League institution, or she'll continue to collect money as a tenured professor, and, you know, her life will be just fine. So you got your pound of flesh, so to speak, but you didn't get all of it. Well, if you thought this was going to happen at Harvard, you might want to pump the brakes on that, because more than 700 faculty, as of yesterday afternoon, have signed a letter to the Harvard Corporation, which convened for a scheduled meeting on Monday, urging Harvard's top governing body to resist the calls to remove University President Claudine Gay from her post. The corporation and the Harvard Board of Overseers, the second highest governing body at the school, met for a scheduled meeting amid mounting criticism and calls for Gay to step down following her testimony in a congressional hearing on anti-Semitism last Tuesday. Following the hearing, more than 70 members of Congress, largely Republicans, called for her to resign. However, the corporation is expected to decide whether to make a public statement in support of Gay, according to their newspaper, the Harvard Crimson. They reported that on Sunday. However, in the letter, which began circulating around 11 o'clock on Sunday, the faculty members asked the corporation to defend the principle of university independence in the face of what they are describing as a politically motivated attack on Harvard. So, of course, it's politics. I'm surprised they're not saying it's racist or sexist, since Ms. Gay is an African-American female. But again, it's Republicans are attacking here, which I don't think Republicans are attacking anything.
No, and so I know that the final decision is expected to be announced today, maybe even this morning. But so Gay is supposed to learn her fate, I guess, today at some point. But the Harvard Crimson is quoting sources that they support her, and that's just this morning.
Yes.
So every indication is what you just said.
Yeah.
By the way, on Twitter, you asked for making this about the color of her skin. Tom writes, let's attack the only black woman from the Ivy League schools. Now she's a plagiarist with a question mark.
Now she's a plagiarist. Yeah, we're going to get to that. But to me, it's not about your identity politics. I mean, because the reality is this. We just went after, I shouldn't say we, but I think just people with common sense went after Liz McGill. She's a white female. I don't see anything with race being an issue there. It's the content of words that you chose to have come out of your mouth because, and here's the thing, this is all because smart academics decided to resort to reading a prepared statement from lawyers.
Yep.
If you would have used your little noggin up here in the inside of your skull, you would have just arrived at the conclusion, even if you didn't mean it, even if behind closed doors you're pro-Hamas, pro-Gaza, whatever you might be or claim not to be, even if you would have just given us the lip service.
Talk like a human.
Talk like a human.
Yep.
You're employed today, right?
But I would say this about all three of these women. They were clearly reading what the lawyers gave them. That's what they were advised by these boards. And so rather than fire these three women who are essentially, they're the figureheads, to me, I do agree with the fact that just to throw them under the bus, who advised them? In other words, they had their board was behind them, the lawyers were, you have to fire all of them then, not just one individual. That makes no sense.
Yep. They go on to say, addressing the corporation, they wrote, quote, urge you in the strongest possible terms to defend the independence of the university and to resist political pressures that are at odds with Harvard's commitment to academic freedom, including calls for the removal of President Claudine Gay. So the same academic freedom that does not exist with other free speech or issues or topics or speakers that come on your campus that you disagree with, but now you want to play the academic freedom card, and that we all can have differing viewpoints on the way we look at the issues of today's society. So they want to play that card. They go on to say, quote, the critical work of defending a culture of free inquiry in our diverse community cannot proceed if we let its shape be dictated by outside forces. So I want to bring this up because I'm reading this from the New York Post. Billionaire Bill Ackman claims that Gay was hired because of Harvard's updated initiative on diversity, equity, and inclusion. If, in fact, that is the case, and that is true, I will tell you this right now. I will make a bet of a sizable wager. She ain't going anywhere then. If she is and I don't know that they ever reveal these types of things, but behind closed doors when they come up with these diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives, and if they go through a hiring process with the objective of having a hire that checks off boxes, she's not going anywhere, because then it would be, and I don't know if it would necessarily be a public admission, but everybody with common sense would say, oh, so your DEI hire did not pan out. The same reason I tell you all the time, Joe's not kicking Kamala to the curb. Kamala Harris is the face. She's the poster girl for diversity, equity, and inclusion, shattering glass ceilings. So if that's the same thing here with Claudine Gay, Harvard's not going to succumb to the pressure unless, I will throw in this one caveat, if these $100 million donors keep bailing on Harvard, eventually push comes to shove, and this is what I find fascinating. How far are you really willing to go with the DEI stuff? Are you willing to go all the way to the umpteenth degree? Or when all of a sudden you lose $700 million, you're like, she's got to go?
But I think that more than this, you look at these three women, they are, let's say they are what you're saying. Let's say they are hired as these DEI hires. What I see more than anything, hires that you control, meaning you, the board, you, the Harvard, group, or Penn, or whatever. They control these individuals. Somebody who was hired that came up through who's confident, who's going to say, no, lawyers, I'm going to speak my mind. I'm the president of the university, but I'm going to say what I think is right. Mm-hmm. That's not the hire they're looking for.
Oh, of course not.
Right? They're looking for somebody who they can control.
Puppets that will spew the talking points.
And that's, to me, the more disturbing piece of this, that even on campus, who are they promoting? Who do they want? I mean, I'll be honest with you. There was somebody who was it was the old building, but worked here at WPHT as a fill-in host. Mm-hmm. When Penn found out that he worked here as a fill-in, didn't really even give a ton of political opinions. Mm-hmm. They said, "Ooh, we can't, make you full-time." Blah, blah, blah. He works for them full-time now, mm-hmm. and his kids are going to get, and he had at the time his teenagers, was concerned about them because you get a big break, obviously, if you're faculty, if you're a professor mm-hmm. at a major university, and so that happened. That's a real-life story, not so long ago. This is what they do. They want to control you. They want to control the narrative. Right. They don't want you speaking out in any opinion.
Yeah, they don't like a wild card, right? Right. It's why people dislike Trump, because they never know what's going to come out of his mouth.
Boom.
Yep. 855-839-1210. So is she a plagiarist? We have the details, as well as an update from SNL on Cecily Strong and her role that she backed out of in playing Elise Stefanik. That's on the way in hour 2. As soon as we wrap with Dawn's News, 7 o'clock hour next on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If your child needs support, special tutoring, and custom instruction, METC is here to help. Now's the time to call to Kathy Gannon, METC. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company. For over 30 years, METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Gannon, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. 215-493-4200. Now's the time to get assistance. For your child to help them succeed, all you have to do is visit online at metc.com. METC's tutoring studio. Call them today, 215-493-4200, or email Kathy directly, info@metc.com. Remember, 1210 listeners receive a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. 215-493-4200, 215-493-4200.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210. If you or someone you know has been diagnosed with cancer or undergoing treatments that cause severe fatigue or brain fog, medical hydration may be right for you. Dr. Molly Fantasia of Innovative Medical Associates has more than 30 years experience in helping cancer patients to improve their quality of life.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Nutrients delivered right to the cells support your immune system through surgery, chemotherapy, or wherever you may be on your cancer journey. Visit innovativemedicalassociates.com to schedule a free consultation with Dr. Molly in their Marlton, New Jersey office. And join us on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch to learn more about the benefits of medical hydration for cancer, autoimmune diseases, and more.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Get into the holiday spirit and listen to Philly's official Christmas station, B101, for all the sounds of the season, from Mariah to the holiday classics.
It's the most wonderful.
Plus, keep rocking around the Christmas tree no matter where you are with B101 on the free Odyssey app. Turning your home into a winter wonderland? Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly. Enjoy the holiday season your way on the radio, on your smart speaker, and on the free Odyssey app.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
7:01, welcome back in a busy Tuesday morning here on Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Stream us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. Don't forget, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Stalker wants to get to 6,000 subscribers before Christmas. So do what he says. Hit all the different buttons. Subscribe, like, then go to the website. Buy some merchandise. Holiday season. What, 12 days till Christmas?
I'm glad you mentioned that. Right now we have the black Kayal and Company t-shirts up there. You can get them. I believe if you order them this week, I believe you can get them in time for Christmas. But
Okay.
I think this is the last week. So if you have not done so, go to 1210WPHT.com, 1210WPHT.com. The merch store is right there. Just click on it, and you have all your gear right there. And like I said, the black Kayal and Company t-shirt is up. We should have ours soon.
And if you need any rushed shipping and handling special delivery, I'll personally deliver them to your porch for an additional $49.95. But that goes to me.
It's very nice.
Not to the station.
Very nice of you.
Yeah.
Very nice of you.
Yep. All right, 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. I do want to get to the Daily Wire story talking about how Claudine Gay, the Harvard president, also is under fire now for 3 instances of alleged plagiarism. So much like Joe Biden and Vivek Ramaswamy, she likes to steal other people's material, apparently. We know Joe has tried to kind of model some of the Make America Great Again stuff from Trump, and Vivek has been deemed to have plagiarized a little bit of Barack Obama from a speech standpoint. And apparently Claudine Gay is a bit of a fraud as well, so we'll wrap up with that. And then also the SNL update from the fallout this weekend with Cecily Strong. I always want to call her Cecily Tynan for some reason. Every time I see that name, I'm like, nope, that's 6ABC. That's not SNL. But we'll get to that coming up in just a little bit. But let's get to the news. Round number 2, 7:03. The great Dawn Stensland.
Why, thank you. Good morning on this Tuesday morning, chilly morning. I'll tell you when the warm-up of the week begins to happen, at least. It is Tuesday, December 12th. We're sponsored by Best Work Industries for the blind this morning. In the news, we have Philadelphia police investigating after an ambush shooting that happened late last night. It looks like these 3 guys were waiting for that victim. A terrible story, and the man is in critical condition after these 3 guys ambushed him, bullets flying in the stairwell of his East Germantown apartment complex. Nobody else injured in this one, and it looks like they were waiting for him, targeted. Was it some kind of a mugging, or was it something else? We're not hearing anything as far as a motive. 28 rounds fired at the victim, hitting him twice in the chest and several times in the legs. Somehow this guy survived in critical condition this morning, but police say they're looking at the surveillance cameras outside the apartment building, hoping to identify these 3 armed and dangerous men. And then we talked a lot this morning about the deadly fire that broke out in Philadelphia, erupting at a high-rise condo building in Philadelphia's Spring Gardens section. Happened late last night, and many residents displaced by this. This morning, the American Red Cross helping out. But we know that a woman, they haven't identified her yet, 40-year-old woman had died in the fire. Firefighters rushing her to the hospital. She was still alive at that point, could not save her life. So this happened. The alarm started sounding about 11 p.m. And so they could smell the heavy smoke. People were, they're knocking door to door. And because it's such a big high-rise building, a lot of times people ignore, unfortunately, much like office buildings, they thought maybe it's just a test of the fire system.
Yeah, or somebody's cooking something and didn't open up the window.
Set it off.
Yep.
So in this one, tragically, though, the woman, they went to the 14th floor, were able to get everybody else out, those firefighters, but they found this one woman. She did not survive. We don't have a cause of the fire. By the way, this building has 776 units. This is a large luxury, condo building in Philadelphia, well known, right over there by the Art Museum. Ladder One was responding to this and was first on the scene. A little bit tragically ironic, if you'll say, because it was just restored yesterday in that big news conference with President Joe Biden in town. The governor was here, the mayor was here, and many of our firefighters were being celebrated. But Ladder 1, as well as other apparatus, other engines, were shut down about 15 years ago due to economic issues, reinstated to better serve the people of Philadelphia, getting this $22.4 million in FEMA money, federal money for this grant that will hire, train, and pay 72 firefighters and EMTs, but the grant only goes for 3 years.
Okay.
So it's not a permanent fix.
Right.
We'll just say that.
I'll tell you what, though, if you're somebody that's not going to college or maybe getting out of college and you're kind of torn on what civil service job you would like to, take up a career with, what would you rather do in this day and age? Be a cop in Philadelphia or be a firefighter? I think I'd be a firefighter, hands down.
Yeah, I think to your point, I don't know that they have a recruitment issue, and especially for these new, hires, I don't hear firefighters because after 9/11, the firefighters especially were known as the heroes.
Yep.
But police, after the defund the police movement, are still, I think there's a residue from the defund the police movement that we have not gotten rid of.
I think it's actually just safer this day and age in Philadelphia to fight fires than to fight crime.
It's sad but true. The newly dedicated resources, Ladder 1, Engine 6, Ladder 11, serving Kensington, Fishtown, Fairmount, Spring Garden, South Philadelphia. So that's why they were first on the scene to that huge condo fire just last night. And as well, we should point out, Joe Biden here. I know Nick Kayal and Greg on his cut sheet have a lot of goodies, little nuggets in there of Biden's speech, and as well the photo op afterwards that went viral with, well, I guess President Joe Biden ultimately wasn't in it, but with Kenny and Shapiro and so on.
Wasn't in it, wasn't with it. Yeah, they're all applicable.
So that's going on. And President Joe Biden was here after that big news conference. He was here as well for a very large fundraising event here in Philadelphia.
And I think to my math, and if I'm wrong, somebody correct me, but that was his 15th appearance in Philadelphia since the campaign of 2020.
They were reporting 19th.
Was it 19? Okay.
Technically, is it since he was president?
Okay.
So you're saying this year, but maybe it's 19th since he was
okay.
Came into office.
Point being, he's here a lot. Yep.
This is true. So we have a lot going on. Just a warning about these burglaries. We're seeing a rise in burglaries, and we've talked about that cartel that was shut down in, for example, Montgomery County, especially Abington and some of the mainline areas. Now we have another one that is being reported, and this is the Andorra section of Philadelphia. You don't usually see much crime in this section. It's basically between, let's say, Roxborough and the Chestnut Hill section of Philadelphia. And Andorra is right on the border of Montgomery County. So this is known as an area that they don't usually have these types of crime. But in this one, they are 4 suspects in total. They're riding around in an SUV, 3 men, a female driver. The woman serves as a lookout. So they're putting this word out. Please lock up your doors. Please set if you have an alarm system. Hopefully you have something with some kind of a doorbell camera operator. That really helps. But they saw 9 homes broken into. So they're putting out the warning.
So you're going to an area that typically doesn't see this type of crime.
Yeah.
Probably a wealthier area than other areas that you might be contemplating hitting up. I was just thinking about this as far as a lookout goes. I think Stalker would make a great lookout. Could you see Stalker wearing like a beanie in a rented van, just kind of looking out the window, telling people to hurry up? I could totally see it.
I love it.
You'd be a character actor. Is
yelling
that
at you to hurry up. Let's go. Let's go. We don't have all day. He would be yelling.
I love it. So we have a lot going on as we 2 financial stories that I just wanted to get to really quick here, and that was, will Macy's get sold? So shares of Macy's rising yesterday, and the Wall Street Journal writing about this. There are reports that the 165-year-old retailer might be bought out. So that's a headline we are looking at. And as well, Philadelphia-based Preit, which owns, among other properties, the Capital City Mall in Lower Allen Township.
Oh,
they
yeah.
own many malls.
Yeah, Pennsylvania Real Estate Investment Trust Company.
Yes.
They used to own the Palmer Park Mall up in Easton that I used to work at in the Lehigh Valley.
And many of the shopping malls here in the Philadelphia region and Montgomery County. So they announced yesterday, once again, they have filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. It's the second time in just 3 years. And this would give up control to the company, to its bankers. And these are the problems that nobody goes to the mall anymore.
Yeah, you're right. I wonder if Warren Buffett's giving up and selling any shares of Macy's that he perhaps might hold. I don't know if you saw that story. Speaking of finances, he's getting ready to dump $28 billion worth of stock. Follow the money, folks. That's probably not a good sign. Just a suggestion. Not giving financial advice, but passing along a story.
Wait a minute. So you not only give like some gambling, tips, but also some stock tips.
Yeah, I'll make predictions on football games, elections, stocks. I'll do it all for you.
Some financial news.
Yes.
Well, listen, we are sponsored this morning by Best Work Industries for the Blind. They're changing lives. A nonprofit organization located in Cherry Hill, Best Work Industries for the Blind, providing training and employment for people who are blind or visually impaired for employment opportunities or to donate. Just go to bestworkindustries.org. And as far as our forecast, we're looking at 47-ish bright sunny skies today, lower wind possibilities. Tomorrow, much of the same. Thursday looks to be the coldest day of the week, 39 degrees. Then Friday, that warm-up begins. 50 degrees for your Friday. Looks like a lot of sunshine. Saturday, 52, 53-ish, depending on where you are. So Saturday, quite mild. And then Sunday, also mild, but a chance for some precipitation in the forecast. So Saturday is definitely the better weekend day, but still a warm-up coming later in this week. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn with the news. Thank you very much, Dawn. 855-839-1210. Let me grab Tom in Bucks County. He's got some thoughts on a piece of audio that we played for you in yesterday's Big Take. Tom, you're on Talk Radio 1210. You go right ahead, sir.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go right ahead.
Yes, there's something that stood out to me when you were talking about it, and I'm surprised no one commented on it, is how, first of all, Hunter Biden invoked the Nazis to blame his legal troubles.
Yep.
And then second, he went on to say that Vladimir Putin perfected their technique by putting child porn on these people's computers
Yep.
to then only go after them for money laundering.
Yeah. Think about that. Think about that irony.
Yeah, and what stood out to me is that these text messages that were leaked from the laptop from hell with his family saying to keep away from the children in the family because he was not appropriate. And it makes me wonder why he specifically chose to talk about child porn being on devices as a Russian technique.
Yeah, and it was to me the whole thing was odd. Number one, I've never listened to the Moby Pod, and then Hunter Biden. I'm not surprised that he's trying to play the victim card that Republicans are going after him, but his whole case, his whole argument is centered around such foreign, far-reaching. It's such a stretch with everything that he said. I'm thinking, what exactly did that accomplish for that guy other than conservative outlets or talk radio stations talking about the absurdity of all of it yesterday? I've never really heard Hunter Biden speak much, but he sounded completely delusional in that entire podcast. I'm not sure if you listened to a bulk of it or not, but I don't think he's playing with a full deck, so to speak.
No, not at all. And it just makes me wonder if he's trying to soften the blow from when the child porn on his laptop comes out.
Could very well
to blame it on the Russians.
Could very well be the case. When in doubt, blame it on the Russians.
First of all, there's no evidence of that. So
no,
come on,
no.
I will say to Tom, and I know we're on a lot of hours, but you did play that yesterday. You did talk about it yesterday.
What's that?
The sound that he said he was surprised nobody talked about it.
I was just blown away by the fact that he's talking about Russia when it comes to his own personal laptop issues. Again, we know this whole thing was built around Russian disinformation, which was disproven. But I'm listening to him yesterday in those clips, and then yesterday after the show, I listened to about probably 25 minutes of it. That guy, and I don't know what he sounded like before all of the drugs and everything, but he sounds like a guy that has some serious, legit issues post-drug issue. Like even during sobriety, like the brain's kind of scrambled a little bit from the excessive drugs. That's just a guess on my part. I have no idea because, again, I don't know what he sounded like before. But you talk about a guy that seems like he's, a couple of sandwiches short of a picnic. He sounds like that at this point to me. 855-839-1210, the phone number. All right, we will come back, put a bow on Claudine Gay, the plagiarist, as well as Cecily Strong, as we continue. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's that time of year again, time to scramble around, making sure that you have all the right gifts for everybody on your list. You think about it, we have less than 2 weeks to Christmas. We're in the midst of Hanukkah right now. Thankfully for me, I found whatacrock.com and had the idea of sending some of their meals to friends and family members who could use some delicious dinners without any prep, without any mess or stress. So far, this is a huge hit. So if you have not heard me talk about whatacrock.com before, it works like this. You just put a meal in your slow cooker in the morning, go about your day, and when you come home, dinner is waiting and simmering, smells so good. It's literally as simple as dropping a meal into your slow cooker and boom, dinner is done. Whatacrock.com has a huge menu, more than 50 meals to try, no subscription, no commitment is required to order. So they even have digital gift cards, by the way, that are instantly delivered via email for folks who need a great gift in a pinch. Make sure that you use promo code WPHT at checkout to get $10 off your order, whatacrock.com. That's code WPHT. You get $10 off. Excluding those gift cards, though, make sure you check them out at whatacrock.com. And this is great for college kids, too. Somebody away, somebody who just had a baby. Whatacrock.com. What a great gift. Whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
With tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America, it's no surprise QC Kinetics gets 5-star reviews.
I'm feeling on top of the world because of QC Kinetics.
I'm able to do the things that I wasn't able to do for a long time.
I can recommend them highly. I would recommend QC to anybody.
QC Kinetics has changed my life.
I couldn't believe it. I honestly was skeptical, but the pain went from a 10 to a 0.
Real people with real lasting relief from joint pain.
QC Kinetics Regenerative Medicine is regenerating me.
And I recommend everyone seek out QC Kinetics as an alternative to surgery.
This non-surgical approach is definitely the future.
I tell as many people as possible. I am an ambassador. I love QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. No drugs, no surgery. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra in a salute to Philly sports fans at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th, in the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 25th.
I love the orchestra.
Can't wait to hear the band. The city is on fire right now.
It was fantastic.
The Birds?
Keep this party rolling, baby.
Awesome. This is funny. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Christmas is a time to say I love you. Share the joys of laughter and the cheer. Christmas is a time to say I love you. And I feel that it'll last all through the year. On the corner, carolers are singing.
Yeah, baby, it's Kayal and Company. 7:21 Tuesday morning. The cut sheet 25 minutes out. The great impressionist of Donald Trump, Sean Farash, at 9 o'clock. He's got a couple of songs to sing and a special announcement to make. You're going to want to stick around for that. We'll also get to Cecily Strong and also our California coffee shop update as well. But just to wrap up with the Claudine Gay stuff that we were talking about prior to Dawn's news, we gave you the first portion, which was a lot of pushback from a lot of people on the board at Harvard, people at that institution, almost 700 strong, saying, nope, she should not be fired. She should not get the same treatment as Liz McGill. But you know what? Maybe she should be fired for being a fraud. How about that? So embattled Harvard president Claudine Gay is now under fire for alleged plagiarism. There's nothing I hate more than phony people in any walk of life, in any profession, whether it's a fake personality, a fake opinion, or it's one of the things I hated about sports talk after like 2012, 2013. All these little hot take losers that just say stuff for reaction. They try to get clicks and they don't believe half of the crap they're spewing. And then I also hate when people steal other people's ideas. And this apparently has been going on for dating back 27 years with Claudine Gay. So according to the Daily Wire, embattled Harvard University president Claudine Gay under fire for allegedly plagiarizing portions of her PhD dissertation, which concerns racial themes for her doctorate in political science dating back to 1997 at Harvard University. Journalist Christopher F. Rufo, a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute, apparently published a report on Sunday evening outlining what he indicated to be at least 3 instances of Gay plagiarizing per Harvard standards in the dissertation. Her dissertation was titled Taking Charge, Black Electoral Success and the Redefinition of American Policies. In this exclusive, they talk about the following. Rufo, along with Chris Brunette, have obtained documentation demonstrating that the Harvard president, Claudine Gay, plagiarized multiple sections of her PhD thesis, violating Harvard's policies on academic integrity. They also go on to say, in the 3 instances that they are citing, in one instance, Gay is accused of lifting nearly verbatim work from an individual named Lawrence Bobo and Franklin Gilliam in their paper called Race, Sociopolitical Participation, and Black Empowerment. Rufo then cites Harvard's own policy on paraphrasing and plagiarism to underscore his point. He says, when you paraphrase, your task is to distill the source's ideas in your own words, the guidelines state. It's not enough to change a few words here and there and leave the rest. Gay then also apparently is accused of lifting material from a legal scholar by the name of Carol Swain without giving a citation. And then lastly, Gay is accused of swiping an entire appendix in which she composes an entire appendix in the dissertation directly from a Gary King book.
Wow.
She stole Gary's appendix?
Yes. She's going to take my liver and then give it back to me and realize there's too much bourbon in there. But so, I mean, I just cleaned that up really quickly. It's a long story in the Daily Wire. Some of these things you just can't read on radio because it'll take a day and a half. But she now has a documented history, according to these individuals, and they are claiming that basically she fraudulently pushed her way through her PhD thesis, dissertation, all these little smart things that doctorate people do, And it's all a ruse.
Her and Joe Biden.
Her and Vivek's been known to kind of lift some of and take some of Barack Obama's appendix without paraphrasing properly, so forth and so on. So it just goes to show you, I think the thing here with a lot of these Ivy League people, and yeah, some of them are very smart, and I don't think there's really any stupid people roaming Ivy League campuses. They just got their brain cross-wired with all this woke nonsense. But this now would show you that this lady, if you're looking at it, has a history, I would argue, of poor judgment.
Mm-hmm.
She decided to steal other people's work. Then she's going to, and I'm assuming she was lawyered up just like Liz McGill was at Penn. And if you are one of these self-proclaimed smart people, I mean, wouldn't you want to read that statement in advance that is prepared by lawyers? Because I don't know that the lawyers are going to be the ones that are fired. They're not going to be the ones that no longer receive a retainer from Harvard University for any, potential litigation that they might need to step in and advise employees of Harvard what to say and how to say. So, you would think that maybe you scratch off some of those words, you rephrase it a little bit, or even if you sat down with lawyers in a boardroom at Harvard and you say, you know what, I'm not sure that this is going to go over well. What if we maybe move this out, we change this, we add that, and I have a better chance of not receiving all of this this backlash from a statement on Capitol Hill? Because now you're looking at it, apparently Harvard is trying to present it in the light that they're not going to fire her and they're going to, push back against the resistance. We'll see what happens at MIT. But if Claudine Gay, so think about the rough week she's had. She says all of this. She doesn't, backpedal at all. Then she reads terrible phrases from lawyers. She's been accused of being a plagiarist, and she's also been labeled by a billionaire to be a DEI hire. Not the best of things for your career as you head into the holiday break, as I'm assuming Harvard is probably on holiday break? They probably broke the second week of December. And they probably don't go back until after the new year. I don't know that she's going to be having any eggnog without the booze. If I was Claudine Gay, I might be spiking that eggnog super hard, hoping that she survives. And maybe her saving grace is the fact that she is a DEI hire, and that will prevent her from essentially getting whacked. So
I think her saving grace is that it's It's
What?
Harvard.
It's Harvard.
It's Harvard.
It's the Stanford of the East.
Who are you?
What is that? Cambridge, Massachusetts? Is that where Harvard is?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's Harvard.
Yeah.
And so I think ultimately they didn't even think this through. They didn't imagine there would be this blowback. And quite frankly, I think they don't care.
I've never.
And they have a much bigger look at their endowments. Look at how much money they have.
Yep.
It's mind-blowing why they would even need any federal money, quite frankly.
Mm-hmm.
But these individuals think we're all idiot plebs. This is Harvard, and they're part of the swamp, if you will.
Yeah.
And so no, I think that nobody thought that this would ever happen. The lawyers went to her, said, "This is easy peasy. Just stick to the script. Here's the statement. This is from the lawyers. It's board approved. As long as you don't stray from the script, you're just fine."
I've never been more proud to be a Temple alum than I am today. Take that, UPenn. Take that, Harvard. I'm not good enough for you. That's fine. I'll go to Temple, and I'll try not to get shot. All right, 855-839-1210 is the number if you want to jump in. Cecily Strong, Saturday Night Live. We will get to that update on the other side. But right now, time to update you on your holiday shopping. And you're doing holiday shopping, and you're doing it at Wawa. Why? Because I said you are. No, I'm just kidding. But honestly, Wawa, it's a great way to shop efficiently this holiday season because you've got one of two options. You can get a digital gift card. How about this? Go to Wawa.com and pick one of their festive card designs. You can enter your card amount, write a personal message, and then send it to the person in their inbox instantly, just like that. Or the weather's okay, you want to get outside and do some shopping and do some traveling, head to your local Wawa store. You'll find gift cards for the Wawa fan in your life right there at the counter. And for other brands like Amazon or Roblox, and grab one for your boss, your favorite aunt, your favorite uncle, favorite radio host, and make anyone's seasons bright for the holidays with one Wawa run. Happy holidays from Wawa. It's your one-stop gift card shop. See store for details.
I've had some shocking revelations today, but nothing as shocking as this. Doug Burgum has suspended his campaign for president of the United States. I know. You're just as shocked as I am. Who saw this coming? Not me. With my astute, God-given gift to be able to predict politics, even I didn't see this one coming. You're going through your day-to-day, you're like, come on, Rich, make me smile. And then I come on the air and I say to you, Doug Burgum just dropped out of the race for president. You're like, come on, this Monday can't get any worse, can it?
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Don't go through another year with that awful joint pain. Call QC Kinetics right now. Make 2024 the year you're back to living a normal life again. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. QC Kinetics can give you your life back. They are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. These are all natural treatments that repair and restore that damaged tissue, giving you pain-free movement again. How does that sound? QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients around the nation. People who had knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, but were able to get lasting relief, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. The future of medicine is here. Regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. Make the call now so you can get the most out of 2024 and get back to doing what you love. Don't forget, you can use your HSA and FSA funds. QC Kinetics. Call them today, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, 999-3000.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. The holiday season is upon us, and I want you to think about getting yourself a gift this year. That's right. Give yourself the gift of a gorgeous smile. Come on, you deserve it. Book an appointment today with my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years, and as you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Veneria. The level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to every patient is unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations, and that's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you've been on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Veneria today. You have a choice, a clear choice for you and your family, and you deserve a beautiful smile. Come on, the smile says so much to the world. You won't be disappointed. 2 locations to serve you, Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. VeneriaDental.com, VANARIA, VeneriaDental.com.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
We all have bad habits. Some procrastinate, others are extremely disorganized. But what are some of the bad financial habits that are holding back Americans from achieving their savings and investment goals? Today, I'll tell you the worst habit all savers and investors face and the best way to overcome it. But first, think about where you learned to manage money. According to recent statistics, you most likely learned about your finances at home or from watching your parents or older siblings. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau reported that parents were found to be critical in forming their children's financial literacy. When parents have bad money habits, they pass those habits on to their children. And that's according to a study from asset management firm T. Rowe Price. If you're a parent, here are 3 good habits to instill in your children to give them a good financial start. 1. Have your children research student loan options to understand the impact those decisions will have on their future. 2. Have them get a credit card and pay the balance due every month to build early credit. 3. Do not have them turn down minimum wage jobs, especially if it's in their chosen profession. This will give them experience and income. Now, as promised, what's the worst financial habit for parents and children alike? It's called instant gratification. Many people, young or old, are guilty of this because we all live in a world where we want everything and we want it now. This is why, time and time again, investors get burned on the stock market because they refuse to follow the cardinal rule of investing. Buy low, sell high. They never sell. They're always after bigger gains and more gratification. Now, the best way to overcome this, and the simplest, is to exercise discipline and delay that gratification. Don't get sucked in by the possibility of receiving instant gratification and gains today that can disappear tomorrow. That's gambling. Find an investment that is guaranteed to grow your money and never step back. That's peace of mind.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. and Sunday at 1 p.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 7:35. It's a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg with you as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. Our Trump impressionist, Sean Farash. He'll join us at 9 o'clock. Cut sheet coming up in just about 10 minutes. And before and after the cut sheet, a couple of updates after the cut sheet this morning. At about 8:45, we'll give you the California Coffee Shop update, but we do have an update before the cut sheet, and that is what is still brewing and people are still talking about specifically in droves on social media, and that was what transpired on Saturday Night Live this past week, which if you were with us yesterday, and I'm assuming all of you were, if you weren't, I don't know where you were, but we'll give you one mulligan. So on Saturday Night Live star Cecily Strong, who I didn't even realize had left the show. I guess she was done after December of last year. She was on for 11 seasons. I kind of call her like remember how they tried to label Casey DeSantis as the Walmart Melania? Cecily Strong is like the Walmart Tina Fey. She's the unfunny.
That's funny.
She kind of looks like her a little bit, kind of resembles her. Like, you know, on SNL they always have like the fat guy, and when Chris Farley left, they brought on Horatio Sands because he's a fat guy, not because he was really funny or anything. I always thought she was like the Walmart Tina Fey. But that's neither here nor there. So we played you in little drips and drabs yesterday because YouTube will flag us if we play SNL NBC content. So we were able to get around it. I think, Stalker, you kind of skirted and danced around it really well yesterday, playing little pieces of it. So apparently in the dry run before they go on, Cecily Strong, who was apparently supposed to play Elise Stefanik, decided that she was uncomfortable in that role.
Wow.
And decided to back out at the last minute. So they're run through, I guess, in front of one audience, and then they go on, they do it live. I'm assuming it's still the same audience. And they switched up who would play Elise Stefanik. Now, SNL and NBC is facing a lot of blowback for, one, deciding to spoof Stefanik as opposed to the people they should have spoofed and made comedy out of and made them to look like idiots. And that's where all these people at Harvard and UPenn and MIT. And then the second thing was, it just wasn't a funny bit, right?
It wasn't.
It's
No.
just not.
It's the problem. One of the problems with SNL, and they've done this for years too, is especially in that opening, the cold open, is that it's so much inside baseball stuff.
It
like
is.
you're talking to the majority of people, honest to God, had no idea that those hearings took place. They have no idea what's going on. You have to really follow the news, and they do it all the time with political impressions and stuff of people that 99% of people don't know. Most of their audience could not pick Elise Stefanik out of a crowd.
That's true.
Honest to God.
That's true. Yeah, it's true, because a lot of the people that are there, I'm presuming, are Democrats that don't watch the news, don't consume these types of hearings like we do for our jobs. These are probably, I think, the people that get their news off of Yahoo and Facebook as they scroll their phone for 8 minutes. And let me get caught up on the news. What is Facebook showing us today? So that's a great way to live your life uninformed. But yes, they are always too deep in the weeds. I also feel like at times there's inside jokes amongst cast members that kind of play out and they start giggling. Jimmy Fallon, I always thought, was the king of this, where Jimmy Fallon would laugh at his own stuff. Remember when he would do the cowbell skit with Will Ferrell, Blue Oyster Cult, and he was biting on the drumstick because he himself couldn't stop laughing? It's like, let me be the person that decides whether or not it's funny. I don't need Jimmy Fallon laughing himself. But in this instance, Cecily Strong, uncomfortable. So I guess the question is, and I'm presuming the takeaway that we all have, is that Cecily Strong kind of foreshadowed what was going to happen here. She realized that this was not funny and that they were going about this in the wrong direction. Is that the takeaway you have? Because that's what I read into this.
I mean, I retweeted. I tweeted that out last night. Or yesterday, I should say. I feel like this was, to me, I infer that she felt uncomfortable because she was following her instincts. And that was wise. Always follow your instincts. And to back out of something when they're in the stage of the rehearsals is significant to me. So at least somebody on that set had some level of instincts that this was horrible.
Yes.
And it was, in truth, it was making light of the anti-Semitism that we are seeing that's outrageous.
Yeah. The New
America.
York Post saying in their article that the opening sketch is always the last one to be written, and Saturday's was slightly rushed, according to sources. Indeed, there was a mix-up with the nameplates in front of stars Heidi Gardner playing now resigned UPenn President Elizabeth McGill and Chloe Feynman playing MIT President Sally Kornbluth, later corrected in the online version. And apparently, Cecily Strong, who is 39 years old, then changed her mind last minute about playing Stefanik in the sketch, which, as you mentioned, Dawn, mocked the anti-Semitism stuff that's going on these college campuses. Another insider added, quote, there was a variety of reasons, and last minute, Cecily pulled out of the cold open. In an exclusive statement, Alex DeGrassi, Stefanik's senior advisor, told the Post that Elise did not watch SNL. However, her office was flooded with messages from thousands of Americans across the political spectrum, Democrats and Republican, who were appalled and disgusted by the anti-Semitic trash that was spewed by unfunny, morally bankrupt comedians on SNL. And I'm thinking, too, now, I don't know, maybe is Cecily Strong Jewish? Does she feel like that was offensive and she didn't want to be a part of it? She's also no longer on SNL. I guess she apparently has elevated her career in comedy or acting.
And she's on commercials.
Yes.
too.
Oh, yeah.
She's on all those commercials.
Oh, yeah.
She's everywhere.
She's very much mainstream these days. So I'm wondering if this was a career decision where she's like, you know what? I've been paying attention to the news for the last 10 weeks. I'm not going down this road because I just left SNL. My career is skyrocketing, so to speak. If you can actually, skyrocket your career from SNL these days because the ratings stink and the show's not funny. But she's probably like, you know what? I'm not taking any of this blowback. I'm not nuking my career. Although I don't know that it really would hurt her because she's playing the person that nobody really has an issue with. And that was Elise Stefanik. Elise Stefanik was the one grilling all of these woke professors and presidents at prestigious universities. So it's not like Elise Stefanik said anything where she opened up her mouth and inserted her foot. So I don't think Strong was portraying a character that would have hurt her career. But she probably just wanted to be like, you know what? I'm taking my hands off of this thing completely. You guys want to go at it? I don't think it's funny, and I'm not dealing with the blowback.
Yeah, gee, imagine that. You go and you're involved in a skit that basically is trying to make light of the fact that, the punchline is genocide of the Jews.
Mm-hmm.
Ha, ha, ha.
Yeah.
Like, it's amazing to me that only one person felt uncomfortable with that sketch.
And she's the one.
Sketch.
Here's Cecily Strong. I'm assuming not Ivy League educated. She arrives at the conclusion. Something goes off in her brain where she's like, you know what? This isn't right. She had the thought that probably Claudine Gay, Elizabeth McGill, and the lady at MIT should have had. But no, they got all lawyered up, and then they just completely nuked their career by reading prepared statements and being, you know what it is more than anything? It's just tone deaf. It's completely tone deaf to a group of people that are dealing with maniacs that have brainwash people under some sort of religion or cause or way of life where you are trying to eradicate a human population. I don't know about you, but when it comes to a career, I'm not doing that to myself. But apparently Cecily Strong got the memo. So if I was Cecily Strong, I'd be like, what? I got all the juice I could out of SNL. I was on that show for 11 years. I've got some mainstream commercials. I think she's in a Capital One commercial, if I recall correctly, that's been running a lot. You know what? Nah, I'm out. Now, the only thing I don't know is because I don't watch the show at all. I don't know if she was in other skits throughout the rest of the night. I don't know if she bailed on the entire thing. I can't imagine she did.
I watched most of it. No, she was not in it.
No.
Okay.
It was just for the opening one.
Yeah.
She was supposed to, make a comeback, probably because they just thought she would do a good job of playing Elise Stefanik, who's also a brunette white woman, so maybe she had the general description. But to me personally, I'm glad that at least somebody, and to your point, Nick, maybe it is because she's an outsider. Sometimes when you're coming, maybe there's a culture at SNL that exists. She's coming she's been out.
Yeah.
She hasn't been part of the cast, although I'm sure she's friendly with some of the folks there.
Yeah.
But when you're that outsider coming in, stepping onto the set, and there's a culture, within a workplace, a toxic culture, if you will, or an anti-Semitic culture, if you will, whatever.
Yeah.
She's obviously not part of it and said, this is not funny. This is not good. I'm not putting my name and face on this disaster.
Yeah, because she doesn't. I mean, the SNL cast members, a lot of them are young. This is a fairly new cast they have. So, they don't know yet what could make or break their careers. Cecily Strong has some years, some years.
She's 39.
Yeah, and she's done SNL for 11 years. She's like, I don't know if this is what I want to go out into the, quote-unquote mainstream world with, so I'm just going to bail on this. You know what I mean?
Yep. And, you talk about the anti-Semitic culture that might exist amongst the cast. Hard to believe that could actually be a thing, considering Lorne Michael is the executive producer of SNL. And then it would be even harder to fathom if, in fact, there was a cast member, whether it's a feature player or one of those less occurring roles, if one of those cast members was Jewish. But who knows? I mean, this day and age with this story, I've been befuddled the whole way. All right, 7:46. Let's get to a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo, where now is a great time to go because they need to clear their lot. They're undergoing a state-of-the-art renovation and need to make room for construction vehicles. Take advantage of incredible sales and offers and lease options. Go to Cherry Hill Volvo on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Remember to tell them you heard about them on 1210 WPHT. It is imperative that you do that. Please do that. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Let's stick with the comedy theme, shall we? Are you guys familiar with Daniel Tosh?
Yeah, Tosh.0 was the show.
Tosh.0 on, was that Comedy Central?
I believe so. I watched it for all of 9 minutes, and then that was it.
So he was a pretty, irreverent comic, but also was kind of risque, as they say, right? He did some fairly blue humor. Well, apparently now he's changed his ways because he has a really odd stance on cancel culture. He thinks it's great.
He thinks it's great?
He thinks cancel culture is great.
Okay.
He's one of the most famous comedians in America, and as a comedian, he should be pushing to destroy cancel culture. But he thinks it's great. He says, cancel people. He was on the Rosie Acosta podcast, whoever the hell that is. I have no idea. Where she asked him about cancel culture because he said some pretty offensive things. Apparently, he joked he was being heckled in a comedy club, and apparently he made a joke about the woman who was heckling him. She should be raped or something like that.
Yeah, jeez.
Well, in a comedic sense, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know what it sounded. But later he apologized for it. So this is what he said about cancel culture. Cut one, guys, go.
And cancellation.
I think it's great. Cancel people. I think people deserve it. And obviously it's not a real thing where your livelihood is gone.
Yeah.
But as someone who's done things and said horrible things constantly, I've had backlash, and I deserve it. There has to be consequences, and I
Yeah.
also don't think that there's a problem with evolving and like, oh, I used to be able to say this and now I can't. Well, fine, good. I'm okay with that.
I like the opportunity for people to evolve and to change, but it seems like people are more interested in the like lashing out and sort of ridiculing as opposed to giving people the opportunity to change and atone, so to speak.
I mean, I don't know that I've ever changed because of anything, but I'm also just thankful that like no ex-girlfriend wrote a big article and it got published about me. I'm happy. That's great. That means I've had pretty good, solid relationship. It's also sad though, because I think like, oh, no girl ever thought
To do that, you
Right.
feel a little left out.
Kind of.
Well, nobody cares about your personal life and your relationships, but I would say this to Daniel Tosh. I don't think anything is cancel culture worthy in a comedic setting. When I've said this and I've been consistent with this, you go into a comedy show, there should be nothing that offends you to the point where you want that person fired. Now, if you walk in and you preface this by mentioning something about rape. So if rape is brought up in a comedy club and you want to walk out, that is your right as a paying customer. But I think you should walk in under the premise that there could be something that makes you really cringe. But you know what? That's what you sign up for when you go to comedy clubs and you see comedians in their wheelhouse. You know the thing I hate really about cancel culture that I despise more than anything is the way the savages come out on social media and they try to drag you and they almost try to dictate how long the abuse will last verbally on social media.
Yeah.
It's like, no, we haven't had enough of you yet. You'll deal with more outrage for the next 5 days and then we'll move on to a new target.
I love how he says, too, it doesn't exist. Like, that's the big talking point. It's like, well, cancel culture isn't a real thing. No, it 100% is. It might not be a real thing for you.
Yes.
Because you made your bones. You made your money. You like, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm sure he made enough from his stand-up, and that show that he was on, Tosh 2.0, or whatever it was called, Tosh.0, was a pretty popular show. So I'm sure he made some good coinage from that, too.
Yeah.
So it is a real thing for people who can't afford to just throw up their hands and be like, well, I guess, I guess I'm not going to do this again.
And he sits there and says, well, it really shouldn't destroy your entire livelihood. But if you lose your job over cancel culture, in many regards, that could be your livelihood. You need that job. You need that paycheck every 2 weeks. That's how you provide. Perhaps it's the profession you went to school for, and it's not just a job to make ends meet, but it's your life's passion. I mean, I told you before, in 2016, I was a cancel culture victim.
Yep.
I was doing fill-in work hosting for a national sports network, and the College Football Playoff Committee left Penn State out in 2016. And I tweeted, it is the biggest tragedy in the history of college football that Penn State was left out of the College Football Playoff. And the boss for that network, because everybody started blowing up my Twitter mentions, saying you should have used the word travesty, not tragedy. And secondly, it's not the biggest tragedy of all time. What happened to those children at Penn State with Jerry Sandusky is I'm like, do I really need to differentiate between what happens in real world stuff with children versus what a committee says for putting a team into a playoff? Did I really need to preface that?
Yes, apparently.
Shouldn't that have been like common sense? And I got canceled for that, and I didn't get to do like these 10 holiday fill-in shows.
All right, well, let me just say this.
Outrageous.
Let me just say this. What have I always told you and Zioli and everybody else? Not everything needs to be on Twitter. Thank you. I don't
had that tuned up?
I don't begrudge anything you said. I think that it was just, if you look at it on a screen, it might look a little more biting than what you meant by it. But that's what I mean about Twitter. Things can be taken out of context no matter what you say, and it's not worth it. Thank you.
So I'm just trying to think of what it was. It was because somebody brought up the Sandusky stuff.
Yeah.
And
I'm like, yes, dude, I understand that's a real thing. I mean, I talked about it in 2011 when it happened, when I was here in Philadelphia. I mean, it's like the fact that I would have to clarify that. And the fact that but whatever, it was holiday fill-in work. But I lost probably $2 or $3 grand for the 10 days of work I was going to do. So,
Wow, they paid you nice, huh?
Well, we get paid nice here.
Just kidding. Speaking of Philadelphia,
By the way, Kristen was not happy about that. I mean, a couple G's short.
Wow.
She looked at me. She's like, "All right, well, it looks like you're going to be bagging groceries next week, huh?"
Well, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
This is actually a very good exercise.
Yeah.
Do you think that if you would have said that on the radio,
no,
you would have gotten in trouble?
No, zero shot.
Exactly. Because,
even on a sports station
thank
where
you.
they're scared of their own shadows.
Because it looks different and it sounds different and
Yep.
it comes across different
When it's in writing.
When it's in writing.
Yep.
That's why.
Yep, you live and you learn.
Stay off Twitter.
Now I love working at this place because I can say things like that and not get canceled.
I don't know why you look at me. What did I do on Twitter?
I don't know.
This is like parenting. You know what I mean? This is like I'm the middle child, so I just got swept up in it.
What did Greg give you a
You
look
both
from the left?
you both tweet too much. Okay.
But what did I?
I'll just say
did
it. You both tweet too
Oh,
much.
you've said it plenty of times.
I've
You guys
never
should both
drunk tweeted ever.
You
in my
guys
life.
should just both retweet the stuff that comes out from our shows and your show and
Okay.
stuff like that. That's it.
Okay,
Honestly.
Harvard University.
I'm telling you, I want everybody on this radio station to be here for a long time. I have seen in my career a lot of people get fired, get blacklisted, get canceled because of stuff they tweet. We're not paying you to tweet. We're paying you to give your opinions on the radio.
Can we
stop
getting our news
All right,
from Twitter?
I didn't mean to take this down this
It's
road.
usually drunk tweeting. Let's just be
I
honest.
did not mean to take this down this road.
Yeah, damn you, Daniel Tosh. See what you started. Now I got to redrudge my past.
Words of wisdom from. We should have a segment. Words of wisdom from Obi-Wan Kenobi. Greg Stalker.
Peter M. writes, Greg is wrong. Nick and Dawn should be trying to go viral to get more views. Okay, great. Go down that road. Go down that road about, hey, look, I got 1 million views, but I don't have a job anymore because I said something stupid.
Yeah,
Great idea.
To your point,
Peter,
views don't pay the bills.
Peter, you should be a consultant because that is a genius take right there.
Well, no.
And you could charge a radio station $10,000 for that opinion.
No, Greg wants to go viral with something that was said on, and then retweet. That's
Right.
what Greg's point is. Retweet something that was said on the show or done on the show.
Oh boy, here comes the comment. Now
What happened?
Jesus, you are 100% correct. I don't want to say what he said, but he's 100% correct.
Now I gotta look.
Yeah.
This
in
is
the
my.
comments? This
These
is
are
why I
my.
don't look at them.
These are my people. Nick Kayal, Don Stenslin, Dom Giordano, Rich Zioli. These are my people. Like this is the radio station. This is the lineup that I want for years and years and years and years to come. I just don't want anything to ruin.
All right, so Dawn,
does that make sense?
Dawn, let's
to both of you.
Dawn,
Thank
let's
you.
let's
Yes,
take
sir.
Dawn, let's take
Yes, sir.
Greg's words here. So he wants this to be the lineup for years and years. So later next year, I'm like, I'm thinking about a 20-year extension. Greg. Does Odyssey give 20-year contracts?
That's not my. Tracy writes, simmer down, Grandpa Greg. Okay.
Oh man,
That's right. Tracy, you are correct. I did not mean to go down this road. You just brought me down this road.
I did by bringing up my canceled past. So
Wait.
all of you out there listening, I am a cancel culture victim. Hear me roar.
He's a victim. The Farmer's Dog ad is playing on WPHT. Did they do advertisement with us?
They do.
Because I use them.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah. You should
Buddy
listen-
no longer has diarrhea because of them.
You should listen to
Thank
the app.
you, Farmer's Dog.
You should listen to the app more, the Odyssey app.
Buddy
it
had
plays every
a-
5 seconds.
But Buddy had a little loose stool.
Ugh, don't even get me started.
Yeah.
Not since I started with them.
Anytime I do, I just eat a bagel. That plugs me up. Give Buddy a bagel. It'll be fine.
Oh,
Back to
I
his
like
old self.
bagel.
All
some
right.
chicken.
Joe Biden was in Philadelphia yesterday.
Joe Biden.
He was in Philadelphia yesterday, and with Shapiro and Kenny and everybody, and he told the story of him in this the fire that he had in his house in 2004, and how firefighters came in and saved his wife and his daughter and their dog or something, and his 67 Corvette. He saved their lives. The account of this story, I think, has been exaggerated a little bit over the years. This is what he said yesterday in Philadelphia. Cut 12, guys, go.
It also saved my home and my wife's life. When I was away, it was the last day that the most famous guy doing Meet the Press in Washington, D.C., and I was doing the program. And what happened was there was a lightning struck a little pond behind my house, hit a wire, came up through the basement of my home, and 3 stories, and the smoke literally ended up being that thick, literally that thick. You've seen it. You've
Very
never
thick.
seen it. I wasn't there, and my wife was there, and my dog and my cat, and my '67 Corvette.
Oh.
But all kidding aside,
No, but all
saved
kidding
my
aside.
wife.
Saved my wife. All
Saved
kidding
my
aside.
home.
Jill wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for those brave firefighters. So he was doing Chuck Todd, is what he's claiming?
No,
no,
it was probably
2004. That,
Tim Russell.
yeah,
Oh, okay,
Tim,
04.
yeah, that was
Okay.
Tim Russell.
Tim Russell?
Let's go to the Philadelphia Inquirer from that 2004 news story. It
There
says,
it is.
Biden's home damaged by lightning. Lightning struck the home of Senator Joseph Biden, starting a small fire that was contained to the kitchen.
Yeah.
No one was
a grease fire.
no one was injured in Sunday's fire, which started amid a storm that caused serious flooding in Pennsylvania and knocked out power to hundreds of Delaware homes and businesses. Biden's wife, Jill, reported the fire Sunday morning, officials said.
Yes.
So it's a little different than, like,
oh, yeah,
the firefighters, knocking down the door and rescuing his wife.
Yep.
And
Joe's stories
daughter
are never factually correct. He either blatantly lies verbatim, or sometimes he lies, but he changes it up. It's kind of like an urban legend where, like, you pass down the story over the generations and, like, new little wrinkles are added, all of which are factually incorrect and never occurred. But that's Joe. That's the charm of Joe, whether it's that or, the Delaware football story or something that happened in Scranton. I mean, his whole life is one big embellishment. It's remarkable.
Let's play this. This is more of a visual thing, but you can describe it if you can't get over to YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, by the way. Shapiro and Kenny and Biden are standing at the podium there with a firefighter. They're giving him an award, and Joe kind of starts to pose and then walks away aimlessly. It's a very odd back and forth. This is cut. Where are we here? 4 guys. Go.
Mr. Mayor, you definitely got to put a hand on that.
You do.
See, look. Smiles. Poses. Walks away. Wanders out of the shot. He has no idea what he's doing.
It's like as soon as the music hits, he feels like that's his exit cue. Like he's just he's going to go look for like an ice cream cone or something. It's very, and by the way, did you notice the odd look on Kenny's face? Can we go back and re-rack that? Like Kenny almost looks over to Joe like he's uncomfortable. What is it with all of these politicians that don't know what to do when they're up there? I mean, short of a few guys, like Trump is great up there, but like DeSantis never knows what to do with his hands. Joe's wandering around, and watch Kenny's face if we can play that again.
One more time.
Mr. Mayor, you definitely got to put a hand on that.
You do.
Kenny's like, ugh, I gotta put a hand on this. Ugh. Like Shapiro's like the only comfortable one up there. Look at Joe.
Biden, I mean, look, Biden should have definitely been in that picture,
Yes.
right? But nobody.
And he never put his hand on the little plaque either. I think he was supposed to put his hand on it. Joe didn't want to put his fingerprints on that.
Yeah. Were you going to say
strange
something?
guy?
Well, I think there was something else going on because I noticed that too. Look at Kenny's. He looks like he makes that cringy face.
Mm-hmm.
Is he making it because Biden was not supposed to be in the picture with Shapiro?
I think
or
Biden was
what?
supposed to be. I think it was supposed to be a shot of the three of them.
It
and
was.
Joe was never even close enough to put his hand on it.
Was it though?
Was it?
Or did Shapiro? Because remember when Shapiro was running for governor, they were not on the same stage. Remember this?
Yeah, that's true.
So I wonder what's going on here and what the true story is. Was or was not Biden supposed to be in that particular picture? I don't know the
Joe
answer.
had a really glassy-eyed look too there.
All right, let's roll it back one more time, boys, if we can. Cut. What time? Cut 4 again. Go.
Mr. Mayor, you definitely got to put a hand on that.
You do.
He 100% should have been in that picture.
Yes, because what would be the point of Joe being on the stage there if he's not supposed to be in the picture?
Yeah.
And you notice too, Kenny or Shapiro puts his hand on Kenny's back. Like when you're posing in a photo with 3 or 4 people and you don't want your arms like hanging by your side, you put your hand around the other person's back or over their shoulder, like "Come here, buddy," like that. Like Joe wanted no part of that. I think Kenny wanted to put his arm around Joe, perhaps.
Yeah.
And Joe had something else to do.
I don't know. I don't know what the whole story was there, but by the way, if you want to see all these videos, go to YouTube, youtube.com/1210WPHT. Please hit the like button. Oh my God, we're only at 60 likes. Come on,
let's go, people.
Hit the like button. We need
There's
40
no holiday mailing it in.
We need 40 more likes to get to 100, and if you have not done so yet, please hit the subscribe button. Yesterday, you said that Melania wants Tucker Carlson to be the VP?
Yeah, according to an Axios story, yes, indeed.
I don't believe that.
I don't believe that either, honestly. But
they always do this. They like when they're trying something out or whatever.
I think it's just an ego
like
stroke.
with Dr. Oz. I still don't believe that Melania necessarily liked Dr. Oz. I just think that's a made-up thing.
No,
let's just say Melania likes. I don't believe it.
I think this is just Tucker and Trump. Hey, why don't you throw out me as a potential Veep name? I'm starting my own media company. I need a little PR here, get my name in the news a little bit. Trump's like, yeah, sure, why not? Even though I know you don't want it, and I don't think I would want it either. It never made sense to me. And it would also lead to a disaster. I don't think it would ever work either.
Well, Tucker responded to that. He was on the Megyn Kelly podcast, and everybody has a podcast, and responded to Trump's VP report. And this is what he said: cut 10 guys, go.
Got to ask you, and I want to talk politics too. This was very interesting. Trump went on the Clay and Buck show. I know you've heard about this, and maybe you haven't because you don't really tune into the news. And listen to the following exchange, SOT 3.
So would Tucker Carlson be on your list of potential VPs?
I like Tucker a lot. I guess I would. I think I'd say I would because he's got great common sense.
Oh, I know you get asked this all the time, but I mean, if asked, would you serve?
Well, it's just so unimaginable. I mean, I haven't led a life that prepares a person for politics. As I said, I don't think I have any horrible skeletons or anything. It's not that. It's just that that's not how my brain works. I've never done anything like that. I can't imagine spending time with politicians. I'm a total sucker for Trump. I think he's, personally, I get along with Trump really well. The closer I am physically to Trump, like if I'm with him in the room, I always love Trump. And I think it's impossible not to.
Despite what those text messages said.
He's just charming, okay? And he's funny as hell. And he's brave in his way, I think. So I really appreciate that. And I agree fundamentally with his views. Maybe fewer wars, maybe have a border. Those are not crazy things. And I support them. And I'm appalled and terrified by the use of the DOJ to rig an election, which is what's happening now. So all those factors make me kind of psyched to vote for Trump. But serving in politics with anybody, I mean, it's a lot for me to think about because I just don't think I'm really suited for that.
I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to be a politician. I really don't. I think you have to have a certain set of skills and traits. I think you have to be a great public speaker. I think you have to be convincing. You have to have charisma. You have to also be a bit of a used car salesman and have a little scumbag to you. I think those are the prerequisites to be a politician. But this notion that everybody can just jump out of their career arena and do what Trump has done is very far-fetched.
It's ridiculous.
Trump is a unicorn. He's a once-in-a-generation type thing. And as talented as Tucker Carlson is, as smart as he is, I think he's sitting there telling you, saying, I don't really have the chops for that because that's not what I've done in my life.
I think this was all just hype. I think.
So do I. I think it's an ego stroke.
Trump wasn't expecting that. And by the way, Clay and Buck, what are you guys doing? Tucker, really? And Trump didn't really know what to say, so he was, well, I like him, sure, I would consider it.
Yeah.
But by no means is that statement from Trump, yes, I'm definitely considering him. Yeah. It was basically yeah, sure, I like him, I would consider him. You know what I mean?
There's got to be, and I could do this later today or during a commercial, you could probably come up with a good 8 to 10 individuals that would be exponentially better as the vice president under Trump than Tucker Carlson.
I think it was an opportunity for both of them to say flattering things about one another.
Yes. Go figure. Powerful people like to hear flattering things about them.
Despite what Tucker's text messages said about Trump.
Bingo.
Yeah.
I think that Tucker, he liked the chance because, whatever he was texting out that out of context, you know what I mean? That was maybe he was aggravated with something that day or in the moment or whatever. But I think in general, when you've seen video clips of them together, they definitely hit it off. They definitely like each other. And I think that was the opportunity here to show that. Are you going to get into Megyn Kelly and what she said about Trump, which has triggered a lot of people?
No, I didn't even see it.
She made the statement, and I forget if she tweeted, maybe she just tweeted it right, that she feels like Trump 8 years ago was that he's basically mentally declined, or he's not the same man.
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
And so, to me, I think, well, Megyn, none of us, and Megyn, you really, Megyn, is a woman in television and a woman on air. You really want to go there down that rabbit hole of asking people whether or not you, Megyn?
This is the Don Lemon, Nikki Haley prime commentary.
Right?
This is what it is, right?
I mean, so, to say that he's not the same that he was 8 years ago, well, who was?
Right, but he's still pretty close. I mean, yeah, he's gaffed a few names with, the president of this
nation.
She's saying
the Obama thing.
Yeah. I mean, she's making. Now I didn't hear this, so I'll just defer to you. Did she try to compare apples to apples with Trump versus Biden in mental decline?
No, I don't think she's saying that.
Okay.
She's not saying he's senile, but it was a dig. It was a stab at him.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a low blow.
Okay.
Because I think that was not a fair statement.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anybody.
Mentally sharp was her
words.
Yeah.
That he's not as mentally sharp. I don't know anybody who could right now be under federal persecution, prosecution, state persecution, prosecution, and run a national campaign running for president, which is vigorous and exhausting. I don't know anyone of any age who could do what he's doing at the level he's doing it, with the level of speeches. It's unbelievable. It's Herculean, quite frankly.
Yeah, his motor and his energy level for a 77-year-old, knowing how rigorous those days are, is pretty remarkable. I've said it. I've mentioned this on the air multiple times, and I've asked the question out loud. I wonder if he ever has a moment like at night, at 10:30 at night, where he just kind of, you sit down on the edge of your bed and you're like, God, I'm sapped, right? Like, we've all had those moments. I had that moment yesterday because I was stuck in traffic leaving a dentist. So, at 77 years old, you get a little edgy. Your nerves are shot. You get to the point where maybe you're a little triggered quicker than you used to be. I'm just wondering, if he ever has those moments. See, if I ever had the chance to interview him, I would ask him that question. Do you ever sit down at the end of the bed, at the end of the night, at the edge of your bed, and you take off your slippers before you go to sleep, before you put on Fox News and watch what people are talking about, and then truth it at 2:30 in the morning? It's like, dude, get some sleep. Do you ever have those moments? And I bet you he probably would say no.
I have the audio here. This is what he said to Glenn Beck what she said to Glenn Beck last week, so we can dissect the audio.
Do you think that Donald Trump has faded from where he was in 2020?
Yeah, I do.
Huh.
I mean, I take him over Joe Biden any day of the week.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to, fill out this term, never mind a second. But there's no question Trump has lost a step, or multiple steps. He is confusing Joe Biden for Obama. I know he's now saying he intentionally did that. Go back and look at the clips. It wasn't intentional. It was look, any of us could have a slip of the tongue, but it's happening to him repeatedly. The reference about how somebody's going to get us into World War II, confusing countries, confusing cities and it's happening more and more. With all due respect to Trump, this is what happens when you're 77 years old.
Yeah.
Trump seems inhuman, but he's not inhuman. He's a human. He's a man. DeSantis' line about father time spares no one was a good one. So, look, if it's between Trump and Biden, I don't think there's any question who's more fit and who's capable. But are we really going to pretend that Donald Trump is just as vibrant and mentally sharp as he was in 2016? Okay.
So, to me, the quantity of your speeches matters here when we compare these two. Joe very rarely has a public appearance, and when he does, he's a mumbling, bumbling, stumbling mess. Trump, on the other hand, he's everywhere. To his detriment or to his liking, he can't shut up. So the sheer volume of words that he delivers, of course, there's going to be more opportunity for him to slip. And she says he's lost a step or two. So I would just I would like to, as somebody that's a numerical person, just the way my brain works, what does that mean? So if he was a 10 out of 10 in 2020 or 2016, is he now a 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10? That's still very good enough. That's absolutely adequate enough for me. That's the way I would look at that.
Yeah, to me, it was, I know she tries to say, it's almost like, reminds me of that it's a Southern thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, her butt has gotten big, bless her heart.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like that
Yeah.
disingenuous, well, between the two of them, like she tries to qualify, kind of qualify it, but then she takes it back. It's a stab. To me, it's
And they have
it's
a history.
stab.
They have a
do have a
history, right?
history back and forth.
Yeah.
But it still is a stab. I would say to you, the only thing I will say is it exhausting to go through all of these different trials between Jack Smith, between the Manhattan cases and New York State case? Is it exhausting?
Yeah.
I don't see that level of exhaustion. I think your question, Nick, that you just posed, to say, when have you seen him say or express that he's exhausted? Think about somebody that you work with, and you come in the morning and go, oh my God, I'm exhausted, I didn't get sleep. You never see him or hear him.
He goes from
say
federal
that.
court to the first tee box.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
I mean,
I go from doing a show to taking a nap. Let that sink in. And by the way, I gave out the wrong phone number this morning. It happens.
So I hated that she said that, because she's playing into that narrative, and that's what all the liberal, so-called mainstream media, they're using that to say, well, see, even Megyn Kelly, even though she says Trump is better than Biden, even she's saying he's declined.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't.
And this
can't compare that.
this last comment is not anything to do with defending Trump. This is just a media observation. I'm not a huge fan of Megyn Kelly. This falls under the umbrella of likability and personality presence on camera, on microphone. She's another one, a lot like Laura Ingraham and the rest of the people on CNN. They just seem very angry.
Nick hates women, Dawn.
I do.
Wait, look,
I'm just going to come
Laura
out. I'm a
Ingram's on
woman hater.
Fox.
I know. I've said, but
Oh.
I've been bashing mostly CNN and
It's true.
MSNBC hosts for being unlikable, like Dana Bash, Caitlin Collins. They just look like robots up there with just that scowl on their face. But I've said Laura Ingram's got the RBF thing going on. Megyn Kelly also has a lot of that, like, she's just hates the world type vibe. I don't know. Maybe people disagree with that, but I've never really... I don't dislike her like the CNN people. I'm just kind of like, eh.
I don't know her, so I can't give you a point of reference.
Yeah.
I don't. My mom never liked her.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of angry broadcasters. That's the thing, I think, what I'm saying here.
But Laura Ingraham, I don't think she's angry. I think she would kick your butt in a Kayal.
Oh, she would. No doubt about it.
She's very fit. She's
No,
very tall.
she's angry.
She'd kick
I
your
knew
butt.
one of her producers. She was a tyrant. Seriously, anybody who treats my opinion, because I was on the other end of that too.
Yeah, same
my
here.
opinion on anybody who treats a producer like that is just a horrible person.
Right.
So
Unless you treat Dorenzo that way, then it's justified.
Aw,
Laura Ingraham will
there's
always be
no-
a horrible person in my mind.
Really?
Yeah. Nikki Haley had an answer for the Trump being fit question. Cut to, this is actually a pretty good answer for somebody who's running against him. Cut to, guys. Nikki Haley, go.
There's certainly a big surge in the polls lately. You've been saying on the campaign trail, I just have one more fella I got to catch up with. Let's chat about that fella just for a moment. I want to start where the last debate left off. One question went unanswered as far as, is Donald Trump fit to be president? Chris Christie said he's unfit. I want to just put that directly to you in a yes or no. Do you think Donald Trump today in 2023 is fit to be president?
It's not about fitness. I think he's fit to be president. It's should he be president. I don't think he should be president. I thought he was the right president at the right time. I agreed with a lot of his policies. The problem is, you see our country is in disarray. Our world is on fire. And you can't defeat Democrat chaos with Republican chaos. And Donald Trump brings us chaos. So it's not about being fit. It's just I don't think he's the right person to be president.
I completely disagree with the Donald Trump brings chaos. I don't think Donald Trump brings chaos. He punches back at the chaos instigators. The chaos instigators being the establishment and the mainstream media. It's not like Trump was the one who just threw gas everywhere. it was the left, it was the establishment, the swamp, and the mainstream media, and he's just not going to let you do that to him, and that's what they hate. So I don't think he's a chaos provider. He's a content provider for sure, but it's usually a rebuttal or in defense to something that somebody else is trying to portray or take out of context, like the dictator thing. I think he was completely embellishing, saying for one day I'm going to be a dictator, and that was the headline for 3 straight days last week.
And he was if you saw it in context, he was clearly, it was a bit of a joke. He was being a little sarcastic.
The Biden DOJ and the Biden administration has been far more dictatorish than anything Trump did.
Yeah.
But,
I think that would have been a good follow-up question. I mean, not that these people questioning her necessarily a conservative.
Yeah.
But I would have said, give me 3 examples. How did Trump bring forth chaos? What do you mean?
And also in the first part, when she says, yeah, he was the right guy in 16, but not now. So if he was the right guy in 16 and you liked where the country was in 17, 18, and 19, and you hate where the country is in 21, 22, and 23, and presumably again in 24, why would he be the wrong guy?
Yeah.
What, because there's drama in baggage? Again, then I would go back to, well, who creates the drama in the... Now, look, I'm not saying Trump's not guilty. I mean, Trump, there's times where he should just be quiet and stop giving them the material and just focus on the task at hand, which is why I think DeSantis is really good from a policy standpoint and a tunnel vision standpoint. He just focuses on what he's required to do. But why is he not the right guy? If you liked your life for the first 3 years before the pandemic, I don't see why you wouldn't like it again if you won.
CNN legal analyst Ellie Holding said not only was Jack Smith smart to take the issue of Donald Trump's alleged immunity directly to the U.S. Supreme Court, it was his only option to keep the election interference case on track for the March trial date.
This is what I was referencing earlier.
Yep. Trump's lawyers argue their client is immune from prosecution because his efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election fell within the scope of his duties as president. A federal judge has already ruled against Trump, who is appealing. Smith is seeking to bypass the appeals court by securing an expedited ruling from the Supreme Court. Honing appeared on The Lead with Jake Tapper on Monday, and this is how that sounded. Cut 3.
Former federal prosecutor Ellie Honig and former White House communications director under Donald Trump, Alyssa Farah Griffin. Ellie, do you think this was a smart move by the special counsel to try to speed up a decision right now?
I do think it's a smart move, Jake. I think it's a necessary move, in fact, because this is, as a practical matter, the only real way Jack Smith can hold on to his current trial date, which is March 4th, 2024. And here's why. Here's where we are. Jack Smith has won this case in the district court. Now, ordinarily, Donald Trump would get to appeal first to the Court of Appeals in the D.C. Circuit. That would take weeks, maybe a couple of months. If Donald Trump lost there, he could then ask the Court of Appeals to rehear the case, what we call en banc, meaning the entire Court of Appeals, tack on another several weeks, maybe months, and only then would the Supreme Court even begin its review. So there's really just no way to get all that done between now and March 4th, which isn't that far away. And so he's looking to skip the middleman, to take it right to the Supreme Court. I think it's his only chance of keeping this case on track.
Well, that's pretty damning right there. Ellie Honig at the end pretty much telling you that this case completely goes off the rails and this thing gets sidetracked from a timing standpoint, as well as, I think, a legal standing standpoint. I just don't understand how he wouldn't have immunity. And to me, I don't want to boil it down to simply D versus R, but how many times have we seen Democrats that have questioned or flat out denied election results from the Hillary Clintons to the Stacey Abrams without getting into the legal mumbo jumbo and the minutia of all of this? I don't think that Jack Smith is feeling tremendously confident right now.
Oh, I disagree.
You think?
I disagree with you. There's a report this morning that he's going to use Trump's own data on his phone against them. So, we don't know. We've not seen any evidence. So, but for you to say that...
Do you like his chances against the conservative Supreme Court?
Well, that's a different story. That's a different story.
The court, just to give you the update on it, the court seems to be taking Smith's request seriously because they did, in a brief order, they have asked Trump's legal team to respond by December 20th, TikTok, so 8 days.
I'm sorry. I just have
What
to
happened?
respond to this comment.
What?
Roger writes, Nick thinks he gets paid by the word. He feels like he needs to comment on everything.
Oh, you're right. I'll do a talk show, but I won't comment.
Roger, that's literally his job.
Okay, Roger.
This whole segment was set up for me to play an audio and for Nick Kayal and Don Stensland to comment on that.
Right.
That's the whole point of this.
Moving forward, so here's what we're gonna do, Raj. I won't even go Roger. We'll just call you Raj. So for now on, I will be a talk show minimalist. I will have very little to say. The ratings will go in the tank. The T-shirts will go away. The YouTube channel will go away, and you will just hear a bunch of people offering very little to nothing. Would that appease you, Raj?
Maybe Roger likes Greg Stocker and he doesn't
No,
want
he
to
does
hear
not.
Nick or Dawn.
No, he
Maybe
does not
that's
like
what
me.
it
He does not like me.
Moving forward, Raj, I'll be a writer. I won't talk anymore on a talk show. I'll just write columns.
No, wait. We could do a new thing and you could mime.
Yes. I'll do sign language. I'll be like that lady that signs when Joe's up there, and I think she's really kind of just flipping him the bird and doing the whole bit.
Nick, on this talk show, you talk too much. Stop commenting on everything.
You know what, Raj? If you've had enough of me talking, I will tweet you the link to my Real Clear Politics column that's coming out later this week. How about that?
look at
When
you.
is it coming out?
Look at you.
I don't know. I don't know how they do it.
Okay.
They just tweet it, and I see it in my mentions, and I reshare it.
Okay, good.
What's it about?
How Pennsylvania politicians can learn the positives and negatives of the DeSantis campaign.
Wow.
Yeah, what to do and what not to do. So basically, come through with policy and avoid being awkward.
Mustard.
Yeah.
You literally went from talking about sports to a top 10 morning show in a top 5 city and writing for Real Clear Politics within 1 year.
Yeah. But Raj wants me to shut up. So
What a
I want to be quiet.
weird life you must have.
I know. That's just my professional life.
Yesterday we played a clip of Kelly O'Donnell from NBC talking about how the Biden administration, or should I say the Biden campaign, is going to tie Donald Trump to every abortion decision that happens going down the line. We've said that. Dawn brought up the Kelly Cox story in Texas. That's the playbook right now. Well, Matthew Dowd on MSNBC said that they're giving out their playbook. We knew this was going to be the playbook, but they're giving it out. He said the Biden campaign needs to turn this race into democracy versus dictatorship.
There it is.
This is cut 5, guys. Go.
So, Matthew, a couple of other polls from CNN show President Biden now trailing former President Trump in a pair of key battleground states. Georgia, Trump leads 49-44, although that is within the poll's margin of error. In Michigan, Trump leads Biden 50-40%. That is outside the margin of error. Do those numbers surprise you?
No. I mean, here's what I think, and I counsel your viewers to do this, is average polls. One poll can always be out of sync. Donald Trump is not 10 points ahead in Michigan. But Joe Biden is also not winning Michigan. And Georgia numbers, they may be correct, but just average the polls. Here's my feeling about this race, and I hope the Biden campaign and the Biden administration and the Democratic Party understand this. Donald Trump and Joe Biden are basically even nationally. And so if you look at the averages, they're basically even nationally. If Donald Trump and Joe Biden play an even race nationally, Donald Trump wins all the key states because he lost nationally by 4 or 5 points in 2020 and barely lost the key states. And so that's what I think the Biden campaign needs to understand in the course of this. At some point, the Biden campaign has to let go of the idea of running this a referendum on Joe Biden or running it as a referendum on Bidenomics and turn this race to, here's the choice presented before America. It's democracy versus dictatorship, and it's your freedoms versus your loss of freedoms in the course of this, including economic freedom in this.
There it is.
The Biden campaign hasn't done that enough, and I think they've spent way too much time trying to make this a referendum on Bidenomics, and Bidenomics today feeds right into the Republicans' hands.
So a lot to unpack there, but I want to start with the freedom concept. If Democrats actually think they can sell objective, on-the-fence Americans that they're the party of freedom and less government interference or government overreach and restriction, and anybody actually believes that, they are completely in over their heads and they don't understand what's going on in the real world. But secondly, it's weird is I keep telling, and I know, Dawn, you say this, Greg, you say it, stop looking at polls. The polls are not real life. Polls are almost like Twitter.
Yep.
But man, the Democrats, with what they're doing right now, it's almost as if they believe the polls, as in they believe they are in trouble, which makes me want to be like, okay, well then, if the Democrats are genuinely believing that they're in trouble, then why shouldn't we believe the polls? And if it was really Trump and Biden in a close battle in 2020 in these battleground states, and you've seen Joe's policies for 3 years, common sense says that those battleground states are probably shifting back to Trump, and maybe the polls are actually indicative of real life. I'm almost talking myself into believing the polls, and I want to put my head through a windshield because I know that's not real life.
Yeah.
But unless Democrats are just they're bluffing here. Democrats are pretending like they have a weak hand, and they're sitting there and they're shaking and they're looking down and they're double checking their cards and they're shuffling their chips and they're rubbing their face, all the tells that you give away when you have a weak hand in poker. But maybe the Democrats are trying to just sell one and put one over on us, and maybe they really do have the ace up the sleeve, whether that's Hillary or Obama, like we talked about in the Big Take this morning. But think about what that says. They're so desperate they're going back to Hillary. That would be like a radio station going back to a host that was off the air for 20 years trying to salvage a time slot that has bad ratings. Like, wait a minute, you're going back to somebody that failed 20 years ago? That's not a good blueprint for pulling the ship from the abyss.
Maybe the Democrats think their savior is Liz Cheney. She was on. She's big. By the way, it is unbelievable to me because every interview that she does, everybody starts with, "I never thought I'd be interviewing you."
Yeah, she's getting a lot of run too.
She is getting a ton of run. She was on the late night show with Colbert last night. Talk about, I mean, really? What is late night comedy, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah.
Liz Cheney. Nothing says comedy like a Cheney.
Yes. Or Colbert.
So Colbert asked her on being embraced by the Democrats. And this is what she said, guys. Cut 9, go.
I didn't expect to ever interview you, really. You voted to impeach your own party's president. You were high in the leadership of the Republican Party in Congress. Now you've been embraced by Democrats for really a courageous stand for what you believe is the rule of law and preserving the Constitution and our democracy in the face of an existential threat. And I'm curious, what is this moment like for you to be embraced by the people who vilified you and your family really for so long?
Well, I don't think about it that way. Look, I think it's weird, certainly.
It feels a little weird to me, too.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
It's going around.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, but I am recovering still from hearing about your appendix. So I want to say welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. Me too. Me too, yeah.
But no, look, I think that it's just a symptom and a symbol of how serious this moment is. That, you and I would be sitting here, that I would have taken a spot on the select committee, appointed by Nancy Pelosi. It tells you that there are some things that matter much, much more than politics. And Constitution is one of those.
My God. First of all, is there anybody drier than Colbert? Like that? There was not her. Or her. We'll get to her for sure. But he's as dry as sandpaper. He is just brutal on so many fronts. I didn't even know he had an appendix taken out. I remember the last time we talked about Colbert, he was doing his opening bit from home because he had COVID and he was wearing a mask in his basement or whatever. I think we played that for a while back. I think Whoopi Goldberg also did the same stunt. But as far as Cheney goes, and this is, even though I think these shows stink and they don't get great ratings, this is the power of the mainstream and channels like NBC, because they're out there sitting there on that stage and Cheney's talking about it and Colbert, existential threat. Like, they're talking, you would think they're talking about Adolf Hitler, for God's sakes. Yet they're talking about Donald Trump. And the way they position and frame the evil, sinister intentions of, we cannot allow this man back in the White House, because if he does, it's going to be 4 years of chaos and weaponized government and a revenge tour. It really, like, this is the battle Republicans are fighting. That garbage right there.
I'm going to cut 11 here, boys. Yesterday, or last night, I guess it was, Kamala Harris was speaking at a a holiday party. And this just shows you how these representatives, these Democrat representatives, cannot go anywhere without being heckled because of what's happening in the Middle East. So apparently she was heckled by a Democrat state representative from Delaware. I'm not sure who this person is, but Kamala Harris was speaking, and this representative from Delaware interrupted her about a ceasefire. Now,
and this is at a holiday party.
This is at a holiday party, yeah. And Kamala Harris was like, "I'm speaking right now." This is cut 11, guys. Go.
And just in this holiday season, which should be a joyful time of the year,
Madam Vice President,
wanted to
I'm
have
a
the
big member of
opportunity
Delaware.
to
Did you
give
know
all
that in Bethlehem they're not celebrating Christmas? Did you know that in Bethlehem, baby Jesus on the rubble? Why did you post this ceasefire?
democracy and the right of everyone to have their voice
Why
be
did you
heard.
post this
And so
ceasefire?
I appreciate the views wanting to be heard, but right now I'm speaking.
Kamala said, "Stand down, lady. I'm speaking." So they're not celebrating Christmas in Bethlehem? Are they celebrating in Allentown
Yeah,
or Easton?
that's
Not Pennsylvania.
Different one. Okay,
The other, the real
I know,
one.
I know. And this actually goes to a studyfinds.org study that says, just say no. Why declining invitations to holiday parties is actually good for you. We've got this story that we'll get to later, maybe this week. But maybe Kamala should have declined, or maybe that lady who decided to bring up ceasefire at a holiday party should have declined. I will say this. That is the first time I've seen Kamala and the audio's a little off, so you can't really get the full context of it. But it sounded like Kamala had a little conviction there. You're telling that lady basically to shut up.
I've been sitting on this since yesterday. This happened over the weekend. Novak Djokovic was on 60 Minutes. He was interviewed. I think this was actually his first big interview since the whole refusing the COVID vaccine thing happened, where he became basically the villain of the world.
Yep. Could not enter the United States to play in a tournament.
And he addressed that on 60 Minutes on Sunday. I'm going to cut 6 here, guys. Go.
Djokovic found controversy of a larger scale in early 2022. Unvaccinated, he got an exemption to play the Australian Open at a time when the country was coming out of a long COVID lockdown. But after public outcry, Djokovic was deported, making for a global news event.
How much of a toll did that whole controversy take on you?
It did. I was basically declared as a villain of the world, and...
You sense that?
Of course, and I had basically, most of the world against me. I had that kind of experience on the tennis court with crowds that were not maybe cheering me on, but I never had this particular experience before in my life.
Did you misread the Australian public and what the reaction would be?
In which way did I misread?
They don't like exceptionalism. This was a culture that felt very strongly about vaccinations.
But the point is that it was not up to me to read anybody. I got the exemption, I got the permission to come into the country. And so, of course, it escalated to the highest of the highest levels globally.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You were not against vaccination. You just did not want it for yourself.
Exactly. People tried to, declare me as an anti-vax. I'm not anti-vax. No, I'm pro-vax. I'm pro-freedom to choose.
Wow. Cancel him.
Yes. The fact that anybody would be vilified and become persona non grata based on their decision of a personal health choice is outrageous to me. And, we could probably, I could probably write a book on the 100 dumbest decisions of the COVID-19 pandemic, and it would probably be pretty damn near towards the top, where in this country, forget Australia for a moment, Novak Djokovic was not allowed to compete in a tennis tournament in the continental United States because he was unvaccinated. Yet we allowed people from the southern border into our country unvaccinated. Let that sink in. A professional athlete at the peak of his profession that does not need the COVID-19 vaccine. Yet migrants could come up from the southern border and go to Chicago or New York or any other place unvaccinated. Okay. Make it make sense, please.
Last week or the week before, I forget now, when Gavin Newsom and Ron DeSantis debated. After it, we all had our opinions on who we think, quote unquote, won the debate. My thinking was that Newsom didn't really win the debate, but I think he got the upper hand on DeSantis. You guys disagreed. Gavin Newsom was interviewed the other day, and he said that the one thing DeSantis I thought did very well was when he showed the poop map. But Newsom disagreed with that. He didn't think that was very. He called him not Ronald Reagan. This is cut 7. Guys, go.
He's no Ronald Reagan. That's where the Republican Party is today. I mean, here's a guy running for president of the United States, and wow, pulls out a poop map. By the way, the rules of the debate were pretty clear. There was none of those games, so rules don't apply to them over there.
I would just ask Mr. Newsom, is it true that your wife threw in the towel for you? Because DeSantis is still claiming that. The DeSantis camp is still claiming when the cameras stopped rolling that Gavin Newsom's wife says, that's it, we're out of here. We've had enough. You're not playing by the rules.
Did he deny it?
I don't know that anybody's asked him the question.
That should have been the first question.
You know, do I have to? I mean, I'm not the journalist of the show. Dawn, you are. But somebody's got to start educating these people on what the questions should be that the American public would like answers to. Are they unaware of what the trending thing is? I know not everything should be based off of Twitter, but that's what people want to know.
It is, but I also think it's biased by omission.
Okay.
They're just not going to ask that.
Okay. Now, what was the source of that interview? Was that I'm assuming some sort of mainstream?
I think it was like a local California TV station.
Okay. So yeah, biased by omission it is.
All right, so you're still under the assumption that Ron DeSantis won that, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. What about what does Trump think? He was at a gala in New York City over the weekend, and he made a very brief comment about the debate, and this is what he said. This is cut 8.
You saw Gavin Newsom with no facts. He beat the hell out of Ron DeSanctimonious the other night, and he had no facts.
He had no facts, but he beat the hell out of him.
Yeah.
I must have missed the debate because I thought DeSantis did but I'm not surprised. Here's what Trump's doing here. Trump's not going to give his chief rival for the primary any credit, nor should he. He should absolutely sit there and say that the guy on the left did better because Trump's trying to be the guy on the right to beat the left. So you're never going to give. It's like the this is the inverse of the starting quarterback trying to give credit to the backup quarterback. When the backup quarterback comes in and does well, the starting quarterback will, he played a great game. He was prepared. We were in the film room. Trump's doing the opposite.
So you're saying Trump's not being so you're saying Trump's not being honest, Nick Kayal.
Trump's not being a team player. And he's also not being honest. Correct. Yes. I think Trump knows DeSantis won. He said there that Newsom didn't have the facts. So I would ask.
He beat the hell out of him. He said he beat the hell out of him.
I would ask. That's my point. So I would ask, if I'm asking Trump in that setting there, okay, so you say he didn't have the facts, but he beat the hell out of him. Can you please explain what he did to beat the hell out of him?
Please show his work.
Right.
Please show your work.
Yes. Unlike our plagiarist friend at Harvard, who will not properly cite things.
Joe Biden went on the Rick Smiley morning show.
Now, do they talk on the Rick Smiley morning show, or do their hosts not offer enough opinions? Do they talk too much? Is that a show that Roger would watch?
I'm not sure.
I'm just wondering.
And he mentions HBCUs, and he brings up Delaware State. And you know how we always say that, he was raised in a Puerto Rican community, and he was raised here. And
Corn Pop's a bad dude.
And he fought Corn Pop in the parking lot of the swim club that he was a lifeguard at.
Yeah.
Well, he also says this about Delaware State, even though, correct, Dawn, he never went to Delaware State, right?
No, it was the Delaware Blue Hens.
That's a historically black college. So
Delaware State is the black college.
So right. I would assume he didn't go there.
No.
Well, he said this. Cut 14, guys, go.
I have an ongoing fight or argument with the vice president. She thinks that the best HBCU in America is here in Washington, and I think it's in Delaware State. So I just want you guys to know that, but that's a different issue.
Yes, sir. Yeah, a lot of people forgot about Delaware State University. Is an HBCU in your home state, Mr. President?
Let me tell you, forget about it. That's right. That's where I got raised, man, politically. I think I'm kidding.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. Anyway.
Yeah, anyway. I'm not going to get into it. I was raised in the black church. I was raised in the synagogues. He's been raised under every church, over every college, over every race and ethnicity. Joe Biden is like the ultimate mutator. He's you know what he is? Joe's like a variant. He's like a COVID variant that keeps like respawning to play to whatever the narrative that he needs to play to. By the way, I think Kamala went to Howard University, right?
Yes, yeah.
That also is an HBCU. Because remember during the March Madness tournament last year, she gave that speech. I think it was at halftime or at the end of the game when they pulled off that upset. So there you go.
One more, then we can get to Dawn's Big Three. On Inside with Jen Psaki, UPenn professor Adam Grant was being interviewed, asking about, the criticisms of UPenn, Liz McGill being fired. And he said that it's been a long time since our policies have been reviewed and rethought, which I think is an interesting statement from him. This is cut 16, guys, go.
So her resignation last night, there's been a bit of a victory lap by those who called for it out there publicly, which my bet is you're not exactly for. And her resignation is not exactly going to solve the rise in anti-Semitism, the rise also in Islamophobia. This is kind of a big question, but or do you think the policies in place right now at the University of Pennsylvania are enough?
Honestly, I don't. And I don't have any easy answers. I think policing speech is an extremely complicated and dangerous endeavor. But I think it's been a long time since our policies have been reviewed and rethought. And I think we have a responsibility to take a look at them and say, we don't want to have a hostile environment. We also need to be consistent in our moral clarity and our enforcement. If we're going to police speech around telling students that they can't cause emotional discomfort for their classmates, then we certainly need to be equally consistent and strong on the question of, can they call for violence against students and threaten their physical safety? So I think we have a lot of thinking and hard work ahead, and not entirely sure where it's going to land.
See, I think this is a quick, easy fix, and it's twofold. Condemn anti-Semitism, hate speech that rises to the level of violence and calls for genocide and killing people, while having a two-way street on free speech where liberals or conservatives can share their opinions freely on campus without the worry of somebody's feelings being hurt. I think you can separate the two. I know there's a lot of experts out there legally with the First Amendment that say it's complicated. I don't think this is overly complicated. I really don't. But maybe that's his way of kind of dancing around the answer to the question of, maybe we should have approached this a little differently after October 7th. So there you go. All right, that'll do it for part one of the cut sheet. We've got our buddy Sean Farash.
Woo-hoo!
He's coming up in just about 15 minutes.
Wow.
But we'll wrap up the 8 o'clock hour right now with a Dawn Stensland Big Three at 8:46.
It's the Big Three at 8 on Kayal and Company.
We are sponsored this morning in the Big Three by Piazza Auto Group. The developing story this morning, just to follow up on this, yes, Harvard, the board has officially backed Claudine Gay as the right leader to help our community heal. So this is the developing story this hour. We talked since 6 o'clock this morning. We've been updating you on this story after, of course, Liz McGill, the UPenn president, was basically forced to resign. Not so much at Harvard, where they're backing her. Harvard's board meeting today announcing just this morning that Gay retains her job, and the president faces ongoing condemnation, obviously, over her congressional testimony more than a week ago at this point, and the allegations that Greg Stocker and Nick Kayal brought up about anti-Semitism, plagiarism, and discrimination.
We are doubling down on the plagiarizing anti-Semitic professor because she could be a DEI hire, and we will not admit that was a failure.
So the board disagrees.
If Claudine Gay was a white man, is he already fired by now? I'm just asking.
Great question.
Just wondering.
Yeah, it's a great question.
Just a little random muse that's been bouncing around in my skull for the last 24 hours.
Now, in their statement, the Harvard board did admit that her congressional testimony failed to give an unequivocal condemnation of anti-Semitism.
So she failed to do this, but she stays.
Yes.
Okay.
You mentioned there was the protester with the vice president, with Kamala Harris, talking about Bethlehem. So not Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, which is a lovely place to visit for Christmas time. But this time of year, you think about the famous Christmas stories. We're less than 2 weeks from Christmas. You think about Mary and Joseph, how they were told, no, there's no room at the inn for baby Jesus to be born. Well, today, pretty much the opposite. There are plenty of rooms at the inns in Bethlehem. Literally, normally this is the busiest time of year, Christmas time. Many Christians and pilgrims come to this area of the world on the West Bank. But right now, since October 7th, everybody canceled. And so that's one of the big stories, is that they're saying this is the worst Christmas ever. Bethlehem is shut down for Christmas. No Christmas tree, no joy, no Christmas spirit.
Wow. Okay. No Christmas spirit.
So if you could get there, it would be like, going to Disney when, I don't know, it was cancel culture time or something.
Right.
If you could get there, you'd basically have the place to yourself to see where Jesus was born.
So we've got vacancies, so to speak, in Bethlehem in the Middle East. And I'm presuming we've got vacancies in Bethlehem in the Lehigh Valley as well. Because who the hell would want to go there?
Oh, that's a good question. I bet I'm going to disagree on Bethlehem, PA.
Yeah.
I bet you this time of year, right now, you should ask your relatives.
Yeah. That's probably why I'm not going to go up. The relatives.
The in-laws?
Yeah. Pain in my butt.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Plus, it's Bethlehem, PA. I spent too much time of my life there. I'm trying to avoid that area.
I don't know. I love it this time of year.
You could do the Lehigh Valley once in about a 3-day stretch, and you never need to go back again for the rest of your life. Stalker can confirm this.
I think a lot of people in this area used to come here to Philadelphia to see everything. With, unfortunately, a lot of the coverage lately, especially the Macy's, murder and all of that.
Yep.
I'll bet you more people are more likely to go to someplace like, hey, let's go to Bethlehem.
Yeah. I'm gonna do a Christmas one year in Florida. I'm gonna go. I've never done a Christmas, and I lived in Nashville, but at Christmas time it's like 45, 50 degrees down there. I want to spend a Christmas in like a tropical place once, just once. I'll be like Kevin from Home Alone.
Naples, Florida, Christmas.
Hey, that'd be fine. Yeah.
It's awesome. Okay, so every year Google releases all of its, top searches and trends for the year, and usually we have fun with this. So in this one, they released their year in search roundup for 2023's, top global searches, ranging from unforgettable pop culture moments like Barbenheimer and like Barbie Oppenheimer,
Barbenheimer.
right? And to the loss of beloved figures, tragic news, things of that, big stories. So the ongoing Israel-Hamas war, topping news trends.
That's the number one search?
Yeah. No
now,
surprise.
is that just under the news umbrella or just number one overall?
News. I think it's under news trends.
Okay.
But then remember this: Titanic-bound submersible.
Oh wow, boy, that feels like ages ago, doesn't it? Yeah.
And then they were talking about last February's the devastating earthquakes in Turkey and Syria, all those horrible earthquakes.
Right.
I forgot about the I admit, I forgot about the submersible.
Yeah. How many days did we cover that where we were like, okay, now it's looking more and more bleak, and the chances are, It was the father and son that went down together, if I recall.
Yes.
Yeah.
Damar Hamlin,
Yep.
Google's top trending person on the searches.
Yeah, he flatlined on Monday Night Football.
I love that one. Actor Jeremy Renner, who survived that serious snowplow accident at the beginning of the year.
Jeremy, I don't remember that.
Renner, remember that?
I don't recall that. No.
And
Did we talk about that?
Yes, definitely.
And just recently, he was putting out some, I don't know, videos that went viral. And
Okay.
that's amazing that he survived that.
Yeah, I don't recall that, but okay.
Matthew Perry, his death. Tina Turner.
Yep.
No surprise. There was one more that I wanted to get to, and now I can't find it. I can't even remember what it was. But
Matthew Perry was what they found him in the hot tub, right?
I know.
Yeah, I remember that.
So sad.
Tina Turner, I remember that.
Remember that one? Oh, I know. Jason Aldean's Try That in a Small Town.
Oh, my God. Yeah, we did a whole week of shows on that.
So that was a big one.
Yep.
And then all the Taylor Swift stuff.
You had to go there.
Kelsey.
Not in my browser history, I'll tell you that much.
So we could have fun with that moving forward. It's packed full of good stuff. But you know what else is? Piazza Auto Group. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, get 0% APR for 60 months on select new Tucson and Santa Fe models. Only for a limited time right now. Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester. Online, piazzahyundai.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, PIAZZA, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. And this is Kayal and Company Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up in just about 7 minutes, our buddy Sean Farash, who is going to bring his latest Donald Trump impressions, as well as not one but two holiday songs that he will sing as Donald J. Trump, and a big announcement for Sean coming up around 9:15. But right now, the announcement is Wawa, and it is about Wawa gift cards. And you can do the Wawa gift cards for the holiday season in one of two ways. You can just visit Wawa.com, where you can pick up one of the festive card designs, enter your card amount, and write a message. You could choose to have your Wawa gift card show up in their inbox instantly, or schedule it to arrive just at the right moment. Buy a digital gift card today and give the gift of Wawa to somebody you love, or you could go out the old-fashioned way, do the hustle and bustle thing, and go to your local Wawa store, where you'll find their gift cards right at the front counter when you check out, and get the Wawa gift card for a Wawa fan in your life, or for the fans of other brands like Amazon or Roblox. Grab one for your boss, aunt, uncle, and make sure that everyone is having a Wawa holiday season. It's your one-stop shop for gift cards, and see store for details.
Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas are back. A very luxurious Christmas gift for her, one that'll make you a holiday hero. This year, Pajamagram has upped the ante. How about a free, barely there, naturally nude nightie? How about $75 of savings? How about gift packaging options and quick delivery? That's an effortless 2-in-1 deluxe gift that you both are guaranteed to love. Soft and silky with a barely there feel, curve caressing with a fit that's better than lingerie. Best selling for a reason. Pajamagram's naturally nude pajamas and nightie are designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild. Now is the time to win Christmas. Now is the time to go get your special someone naturally nude from Pajamagram. But hurry, this gift sells out every year. Shop now while it lasts. Head to Pajamagram.com for naturally nude pajamas and save $75 on a free naturally nude nightie.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The winter months are rolling in, and I'm excited to talk with you, though, about Rescue's natural supplements Deck the Hall sale. We're talking up to a whopping 78% off on all products, including essential omega-3s, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and much more. And get this, the savings last the entire month. And did I mention that Rescue is offering 15 special health boosting products at under $20? To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. You can fortify your immune system, boost energy levels, support overall well-being with Rescue selection of over 50 high-quality natural supplements. There's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So stay healthy this holiday season by shopping res-q.com today.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. You know, for years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. If you have a property at the shore, have the team at Emmons come out and take a look look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
Don't go through another year with that awful joint pain. Just call QC Kinetics. Call them now and make 2024 the year you're back. You're back again. QC Kinetics can give you your life back. They're the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, and these are all natural treatments which repair and restore your damaged tissue, giving you pain-free movement again. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients across the country and right here in our area, and people who had knee pain, back pain, that horrible shoulder pain, who were able to get lasting relief, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. So if you're suffering in pain right now, maybe from a past injury or maybe from some pain that's associated with a type of arthritis, you need to check this out. The future of medicine, it's here. Regenerative treatments, thanks to QC Kinetics. Make the call now, and you can get the most out of 2024. Get back to doing everything you love to do. And don't forget, you can use your HSA and FSA funds for this year. So call QC Kinetics, get that free consultation. Do this. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Just call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Yo, Collegeville. Follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Oh, yes, Kayal Company, 901, fourth and final hour, off and running on this Tuesday morning. You know it's a Tuesday because all the sales reps are walking around in the hallway, hating the fact that they had to come in and work a 9 to 5 today and not work remotely.
There's another one.
Toughen up, Buttercup. It's back to the grind. COVID's over. I'm not letting anybody off the hook. Not that I have any say around here. All right, it's time to welcome in our buddy, our pal, hopefully 47. He was certainly 45. The former president of the United States, the great Donald J. Trump, is back yet again here on Kayal Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Good morning, Mr. President. How are you, sir? Oh, no. Did the Don's phone drop?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Is this Russian interference?
I know a lot about, excuse me, it was the Russians.
Oh, it was the Russians.
It was Russia, and it was China. And I got along very well with those people, but I have to say this, you know, the Kayal and Company, I got along very well with China, I got along very well with Russia, and I know a lot about running a great company, and you do too. You're doing fantastic. And it's a great pleasure and honor to be here. And I think you're doing very well. I think your ratings, every time I come on, your ratings are going through the roof. It's just incredible. And I do that for a lot of people, believe it or not. You know, you could ask fake news CNN, Caitlin Collins, and she'll tell you the same thing. Huge ratings when we had the town hall, and I love to do that for you. I don't necessarily love doing that for them, but I love doing that for you, believe me.
Well, we are absolutely grateful to have the ratings boost with you on when you come on this show. And I think this is now either your fourth or fifth appearance here on this program. I mean, you don't come to Philadelphia as much as Joe Biden does, but you're coming on this program frequently, so we appreciate that. Mr. President, I know you've been working hard on your musical side hustle, and you've put out a few big hits, one last year, and now you have a new one this year. So, Mr. President, if I have the privilege and the pleasure, I'd like to tee you up for your new hit single in 2023. Some would say it kind of feels like Let It Snow, but you are tailoring this to Sleepy Joe Sleepy Joe. If we have all the boys in the audio in the back, if we could cue this up for DJT. Mr. Trump, 3, 2, and 1. Take us away, sir. Oh no, are we having technical issues? I'm
What
not sure. I'm
happened?
not sure that the president can hear us. I don't think he can hear the music.
Oh.
Did the
I'm
boys
not
not?
hearing any music.
Oh,
no.
Mr.
For
Trump,
some
I'm
reason, it's not coming
sorry.
through.
Oh boy.
That's not right.
Well,
Megyn
I can tell
Kelly
you
was
this, though. It's probably Russia. It's okay.
No, Mr. President, I don't think it's Russia. I think it's our crack staff that didn't hook something up properly because we do everything here
It's
last
okay.
second. So I don't
It's
know.
going to be okay. I promise you it's going to be okay because I
well,
can just tell you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you this.
I can just tell you.
Here's what we'll do, Mr. President. We'll hold off on the songs. If we get the musical stuff hooked up and that you're able to hear it with the audio, we will go to that. But I do have a bunch of questions, so we'll save the music and the fun for the end. But I want to start with this. You have now seen the story that came out over the weekend where the RNC has canceled the primary debates as far as acknowledging them for 2024. CNN, ABC, they want to host these events coming up on January 10th and January 24th, but the RNC is saying, whoa, 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 we're pumping the brakes here. Is this a sign that sloppy DeSantis, Birdbrain, and Ramaswamy should just close up shop already, in your opinion?
Well, I think you saw something that happened recently, too. There was this video going viral on, they call it X now. It used to be called Twitter. They call it X, where there was a whale and it washed on shore because of the wind farms. And I said, wow, there's Chris Christie in Iowa. Look at that. Incredible. Now, you see what they did, and you see what they did. They're canceling the debates because it's not helping anybody. I keep winning them, and I don't even have to show up. It's really incredible that I can win these debates and not even show up for the debates. Even the people in Georgia are saying that, and it really is tremendous. Vivek is the only one doing well, and that's because he's calling me great every single time he talks. And so obviously, he's the only one speaking. He calls it truth. It's the same name as my platform. Interesting, isn't it? But you have a cast of characters on the stage, as Vivek wants to call him, Dick Cheney in 3-inch heels. You see that? You have Birdbrain, who's wearing the heels, DeSantis, my little dumpling, who's wearing the heels, and you have Chris Christie, who probably couldn't fit into heels because it would hurt him a lot. So I can tell you that. And his lap band, there's an actual extra contestant on the stage. It's Chris Christie's lap band, and it's broken yet again. So think about it. He should walk off the stage, as Vivek says, have a nice meal. You have the rest of these people. They're not doing anybody any favors. It's time to stop. It's time to get behind the greatest candidate in the history of the world, and it's time to make America great again.
Mr. President, I want to get your thoughts on Kevin McCarthy endorsing you for 2024, as he basically has 2 feet out the door, so to speak, politically now. Does this McCarthy endorsement carry any weight? He tried to portray it yesterday as, he and you have a lot in common and had always had honest, interesting conversations. Are you grateful for the endorsement, or could you care less?
Well, I could probably have done without it. He's not very popular with the base, but he raises a lot of money. And I can tell you this, he's from California. which is, I can give DeSantis a little credit. He held up the poop map. There was poop all over the place. You look at San Francisco, and they cleaned it up for China, and they wouldn't clean it up for anybody else. So California's a mess. And McCarthy, listen, I thought he was nice. I thought he was a good guy. Didn't do very well as Speaker, and he was removed. Now we have MAGA Mike Johnson, and, I think he's doing a good job as well. McCarthy endorses me. I think he's doing that, like what sort of Vivek is doing. He's putting his lips on my rump, and he's giving me a kiss, and that's nice. But, I probably could have done without it, and I wish him well.
Donald J. Trump joining us here on Kayal and Company, as he does from time to time. Mr. President, you have a double-digit lead in Michigan. You've also seen major growth from July to December in all of the swing states. Are you buying into the polls, and do you believe America is starting to really wake up here?
Well, the polls are trying to make people get comfortable, and I want everybody to know that their vote matters. But you look at the swing states, nobody swings like I do. I'm a great golfer. You understand that? And the swing states can identify with that, and they can understand that. And I'm doing tremendously well in Georgia. They know the fake indictments are a hoax and disgusting. I'm doing very well in Michigan. I call Mittens, Mitt Romney, I call him Mittens for a reason. I'm talking to Michigan. It looks like a mitten on the map. It's a beautiful thing. I'm doing very well in Pennsylvania. Even Senator Brain Dead John Fetterman is starting to come around. You see that? He's starting to talk about it. He's talking about a lot of things. He said the border is not xenophobic. I'm doing very well in Arizona. I did very well there. I've always done very well there. I'm doing very well in Nevada. So people are waking up, but the polls have always been fake, and they're always doing something that is working against our country. They want everybody to get comfortable, and so they can steal it again. We're not going to let it happen. But I'm doing very well in the swing states. Nobody knows about swinging like I do. I swing very well. I taught Tiger Woods how to swing. I taught Barry Bonds how to swing. I taught so many people how to swing in many different ways, and we've done a very good job, believe me.
President Trump joining us here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Mr. President, Elon Musk, in many regards, has restored free speech on Twitter. He brought you back to Twitter. Even though you don't do a ton on that platform currently because you have Truth, he has now brought Alex Jones back after a 5-year ban. Has anybody done more for free speech than Elon Musk?
Well, I've done more, a lot more. I can tell you that. What kind of question? Nick, you're a good guy. What kind of question is that?
My apologies.
You know that I've done a lot more than Elon, because think about it. When I was your president, before Elon Musk thought, let's do something with Twitter or X or whatever the hell he wants to call it, okay? When I was your president, what did I do for this country? I said, we could say Merry Christmas again. I said that, and we brought it back. I brought it back. Now they took me off everything. I was off of Facebook. I was off of Instagram, YouTube, all of it. Gone. Twitter, gone. No more mean tweets. That was supposed to save the world, by the way. Everything got a lot worse when the mean tweets went away. I got along well with Rocket Man, little Rocket Man, tiny guy. I used to tell him my button was bigger. I did very well on Twitter with the mean tweets. I got along well with China. I called it the China virus, the Kung flu. It was incredible. So I got this beautiful platform called Truth. And that's what pushed the rest of these people to start playing fairly. All we want is fair. So I've done so much for free speech. I've actually given you a deal on free speech. It's even better than free. Some people, even Twitter pays you to speak. You get to get paid to post, because Truth is such a beautiful competitor. And we love competition. We love the market. And I have to tell you something. X may be good, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. But Truth is the greatest platform in the history of the world. It's hot, hot, hot. It's going up like a rocket ship. It's not even public yet. And it's doing tremendously. Nobody has ever been as big and as successful a free speech warrior than yours truly. I've done a tremendous job. I have to say that. I don't say that often, but I have to say that. I've done a tremendous job I am a free speech warrior. I've done more than anybody, and you're welcome. Believe me.
Thank you, Mr. Trump. I got one more for you, Mr. Trump, and then we'll do a quick sound check and we'll test. We might have the audio figured out, so we might get you to give us not only your 2023 hit single, but also the smashing single that was very successful last year in 2022. I opened up the show this morning talking about how desperate the Democrats are right now and how the Biden administration is resorting to falling back on Hillary Clinton. They're going to bring Hillary out in 2024, and I think it's kind of laughable because you destroyed her 7 years ago. You beat her fair and square, and what does it say if you have to resort to a loser? So your thoughts on Joe in the 23rd hour, maybe hitting the panic button here and having to resort to Hillary Clinton?
Well, I don't think he's going to make it. I really don't think he's going to make it. And you see, he's hitting the panic button. Not the first time he's done that. He hit the panic button in front of the Pope, too, and bad things happened. You know, there were Tootsie Rolls in the Vatican. Not a good place for that. But you have, I call him Crooked Joe. Now, all of a sudden, the Democrats want the other crooked person to come in and run for president, Crooked Hillary. And she's as crooked as they come. She's been crooked from the very beginning, but we have to be careful when we talk about her. I love my life. Everybody around me loves their life. And Kayal and company, you're doing a fantastic job. You love your life.
Yes.
If she runs again, we'll be very careful. If she runs again, we'll be very careful. But we're going to win regardless, like nobody's ever seen before.
Very good. Donald J. Trump. All right, let's try take two here.
Let's try the sound check first.
Yes,
yeah.
We're going to play a little audio. Mr. Trump, let us know if you are hearing this in your earpiece. Go right ahead, Greg. Are you hearing that, Mr. Trump?
I don't hear anything.
No.
It sounds like
he does not hear.
It sounds like CNN. I hear crickets.
Damn.
Okay. Well, we tried technical issues, but maybe next time, and we'll sing them in the. We'll ring in the new year in 2024.
There we go.
All right, but Sean Farash is with us, the great Donald Trump impressionist. Sean, you are great at what you do. The impressions are amazing, but equally as impressive and amazing is the show that you do, and it's so good, and you've been so good with us that we have a big special announcement that you have the floor here to make, as you will be with this audience coming up in between Christmas and New Year's. So if you would like to share the details, the floor is all yours, buddy.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, coming on your show is so much fun. I have to say, you have a great crew. I brag about it with everybody. So I went on WPHT. I went with Kayal and company. They're a great crew. And it's amazing because, you know, finding a good morning show anywhere in the country, and there are some, but there's something special about what you guys have. And so, you know, with my experience coming on and working with your team and, you know, everything just working so well, you know, we had this discussion. And so December 29th, that's Friday, December 29th, Christmas week, I'm honored to have been given the opportunity to fill in
Nice.
and host a 4-hour show in front of your amazing audience on your incredible band there, your incredible station, and just bring a little fun during the holiday season. And I'm already sitting down writing stuff and thinking about kind of what we're going to do with that 4 hours of me. So, I mean, God bless your audience, because that's a long time to spend with me, right?
Yep.
But it's gonna be so much fun. I cannot wait to do this. I cannot wait to meet your audience in that way. And you know, to spend a little time together in the holiday season, have a little fun, and you know, laugh our way into the new year. Because on the other side of that 4-hour block of time that folks are going to have to spend with me, and hopefully they make it out alive. On the other side of that, we are in 2024, and it is an election year. It is time to, you know, to put the pedal to the metal, as the cliche says, to work really, really hard, because there is so much at stake. Everyone always says, you know, we're one election Reagan. We're one generation away from losing our country. You're one election away from losing your country. Like, that statement and that ideology, that philosophy has never been more true than it is right now. All you have to do, go into the supermarket and look at the prices of things that, you know, normally you wouldn't think about before throwing in your shopping cart.
Yep.
Meanwhile, you go in there now and you're like, oh my gosh, like they're asking for my firstborn for a dozen eggs. They're asking for, for my bloodline if I want a bag of broccoli. I mean, you would think, right? So there are plans coming for us to eat bugs when the UN meets about the climate and has prime rib.
Seriously.
So, we have to fight that. And I say fight, not to incite violence. And unfortunately, we live in a world where we have to say that. We joked about Trump being a free speech warrior. It's true, right? We have to come together. Everyone's got differences and different causes. You could be for election integrity, free speech, etc. All of that falls under the umbrella of saving and preserving our country. A lot of our men and women who go and fight, swear on an oath to defend our country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. We have to take that same approach. We're not violent, but we're going to work as hard as we can to preserve the republic that Benjamin Franklin said after the country was founded. It's a republic, but there was a caveat: if you can keep it. So I'm excited to be here on the 29th on this station.
Yep.
Speaking to the audience, laughing our way into 24. But when we get to 24, as I've always maintained, I can't wait to win alongside everybody.
So Friday, December 29th, 6 to 10 a.m., Sean Farash will be in here on Kayal and Company. Now, Sean, just one thing I need to warn you about. This audience is absolutely amazing, 99.9999% of them. But there's a man named Roger, and he does not like when a talk show host talks too much. So be a word minimalist and give him very little, and he'll be very happy, okay?
Well, that's hard for me as a New Yorker at heart and someone from Long Island. All I do is gab, gab, gab. So, Roger, buckle up.
All right, well, great stuff,
great.
buddy.
He's going to be great, dude.
Yes.
I can't wait for this.
This is going to be a fun week for
Yep,
sure.
yep.
Sean, thank you so much. You can follow Sean on Twitter at Sean_Farash. That's SHAWN_FARASH. Good stuff, buddy. And knock 'em dead on the 29th. And I'll try to pop in and listen a little bit when I get bored with my real life.
Thank you so much.
You got it, buddy.
Thanks,
there
Sean.
he is. Sean Farash joining us, the great
Wow.
Trump impressionist. And if you check out his Twitter, you'll see the show that he hosts on a daily basis. You can consume that and then tune in on the 29th. That includes you as well, Roger.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I'm just busting Roger's chops.
I really set you off with
No,
that.
no,
with that,
no. I'm just having fun with it.
By the way-
Just filling time till we get to the movie clip.
By the way, boys in the back, Don's camera's frozen. Oh, there it is. It's better now. It's better now. Thank you, Anthony.
I was really hoping that.
Well-
so here's the thing. Do we want to play it?
Yes.
On the other side?
Yes.
Because he posted it on Twitter.
Yeah,
Okay.
We'll play it on. To be fair to Anthony and Phil, it's not their fault.
Yeah.
Everything is set up properly. It should have worked.
Cut sheet
Honest
part
to
2.
God,
You want to play this?
Honest to God, it should have worked. I don't know why it didn't.
That's all right.
Well, let's just play it on the other side.
All right.
Since people are tuned in right now
Yes.
to hear Sean,
Okay.
they wanted to hear this. We'll play it
All right.
on the other side.
Yeah, we'll give you Sean. He's got. We'll give you the new one, "Sleepy Joe," which is his new hit single, and he also has "Chestnuts" from last year, which is pretty good. And we'll give you a little taste of that on the other side. But right now, a taste of the Morning Mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Catherine, this turkey tastes half as good as it looks. I think we're all in for a very big treat.
Wow, really? I mean, come on, guys.
Save the neck for me, Clark.
Okay, Eddie.
Was that Buddy?
Oh.
Sorry.
I mean,
why are you crying?
I told you we put it in too early.
Oh, it's just a little dry. It's fine.
I told you.
Why don't we just give it away?
Think you know what it is? We call it 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Okay, so the technical issues for Trump were not the boys in the back fault. But that movie selection clip is their fault. So we'll go with that.
Man.
Caller 12, 855-839-1210. If you can identify that layup, you get a $50 gift card to Burger King.
Woohoo!
That is right. Burger King breakfast and a Simply orange juice is better together. Start your day with a croissant-wich meal and a Simply orange juice and get your vitamin C one delicious sip at a time at participating Burger King restaurants. Caller 855-839-1210. See if we get our winner on the other side, and then we will have President Trump's holiday song on the other side as we continue live here on Kayal and Company. But first, let me tell you about the great folks at the Piazza Auto Group. Normally, I will tell you about my Honda Ridgeline truck. Yes, it is a truck. Other times, I might tell you about the Motor Trend SUV of the year from Hyundai, perhaps one of the Acura crossovers. But today and all week, we're telling you about the holiday season with the Piazza Auto Group, and it's a great time to give back, and they are doing just that. Through December 15th, so for the next 3 days, Piazza is collecting new unwrapped toys in partnership with the Salvation Army. So we've told you countless times, right? They have 17 brands, 35 locations. But for you to donate, that would be really, really special. And donate to a child in need. Visit your local Piazza dealership and drop off a toy in the donation bin. And of course, the Piazza staff will be there and happy to assist you with any of your automotive needs if those should arise during your visit. For more information, you can check it out right now at piazzaautogroup.com. And they thank you for your support and wish you a happy holiday.
Christmas in Cape May is even better with Rich Zioli.
It will be a Christmas miracle when you join the Zioli Show live in Cape May on December 15th.
Ho, ho, ho! Are you ready? Join Rich Zioli live from the Grand Hotel in Cape May this Friday, December 15th. The Grand Hotel is at 1045 Beach Ave in Cape May. This Friday, 3 till 7 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the Odyssey app.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, oh, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of year with Christmas in the Air, a first-class Broadway-style spectacular that's festive fun for the whole family. This snow globe come to life dazzles with a cast of high-kicking Rockette-style dancers performing alongside magical holiday characters. November 24th through December 24th at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com.
Bob's Little Sports Shop on Delsea Drive in Glassboro is your one-stop shop for firearms and firearm safety. Bob's now offers an expanded selection and a classroom area. If you're a New Jersey concealed carry permit holder, you must recertify by December 31st, 2023 due to changes from the New Jersey State Police. If you qualified at Bob's originally, let them help you now with the new change in recertifying before the end of the year. Black Friday specials at Bob's Little Sports Shop include 15% off all hunting supplies, select discount on ammunition. Winchester shotguns are $25 off tag price. Visit Bob's Facebook page and website. Call 856-881-7575 or go to bobslittle.sportshop.com. And remember, if you're a New Jersey concealed carry permit holder, you must recertify by December 31st due to changes from the New Jersey State Police. Let Bob's Little Sports Shop help you with the new change in recertifying before the end of the year. Call 856-881-7575 or bobslittle.sportshop.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
It's football season, and the NFL is in full effect on the free Odyssey app. We're heading into the final stretch of the regular season, and the playoff picture is starting to come into focus. Whatever team you're rooting for, the free Odyssey app has you covered with the local talk and your team's podcasts. Plus, listen to play-by-play of every Sunday night, Monday night, and Thursday night game from Westwood One. If you're looking for the NFL, it's all on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search for your favorite team. That's AUDACY.
Hello, I'm a Bradford White water heater, and I'm looking for a good home, like yours. I promise to deliver all the hot water you need for your family. I'm reliable and efficient, and not bragging here, but I'm built to be the best, too. Just ask a plumbing professional. They'll tell you that Bradford White water heaters are a great choice for your home or business. Check out my website, bradfordwhite.com, and even find a pro who will install me. How you heat your water matters, so choose me. Choose Bradford White.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 9:29. Welcome back in Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Stream us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. If you missed the big announcement, our buddy Sean Farash, the great Trump impressionist, will be guest hosting Kayal and Company coming up on Friday, December 29th. He'll be in from 6 to 10 a.m., so make sure you give Sean a listen as you're in between your Christmas and New Year holiday. Still ahead, what's on the cut sheet part due, and also we will give you the Christmas holiday song from Sean as Donald Trump, as he posted them a few days ago, I believe, on his Twitter feed. That's coming up in just a couple of moments. But right now we have Barbara in Ben Salem, who was able to identify the easiest movie in the history of holiday movies here on Kayal and Company. Barbara, good morning. What clip did we just play for you?
Good morning. Christmas Vacation.
That is correct. And for that easy layup, you get a $50 gift card to Burger King and Simply Orange Juice. Thank you very much, Barbara.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
You are welcome. Thank you for playing and for listening. Might get me some Simply Orange Juice, by the way. I'm starting to feel like a cold's coming on. I might need a little vitamin C boost.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, just a little runny nose.
Don't think you're taking off before the holidays, buddy.
I'm like Dom. I hardly ever take off. We're not allowed to take off. Zioli takes all the time off in the afternoon. It's a trickle-down effect to the rest of us. We all have to pick up the slack. All right, 855-839-1210. This segment brought to you by Consumer Cellular, where they offer unlimited talk and text on every plan, starting at $20 per month. Stay connected in the rain, sleet, and snow with their premium nationwide 5G coverage, no contract, and free activation. Visit consumercellular.com today to switch. Okay, so we have the holiday song ready to go, I believe.
Well, we're going to start with Chestnuts. I think
okay.
The Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
I believe this was his hit single from last holiday season,
all right.
2022. This is Sean Farash.
I'm going to try and mix this in real time.
Okay, so. As Donald Trump. So this is a live experiment here on radio.
Yep.
There we go.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire, children being sniffed by Crooked Joe, Hunter Biden in the corner trying to get even higher, and Pocahontas dressed up like an Eskimo. Chris Christie ate all the turkey and the mistletoe. Peekaboo, Letitia James just ain't that bright. If you're in the room when Eric Swalwell lets one go, you'll find it hard to breathe tonight. They know that Trump is on his way. He'll close the border on the first day. Then their whole plan will have backfired when we tell Crooked Joe you're fired. And so I'm offering this simple phrase. We'll say it from now until the end. Though it's been said many times, many ways, make America great again.
Wow.
All right, there
Beautiful.
we go.
Beautiful.
I believe that was the single success of 2022 for Sean in his Trump impression. Nice work. I think that was very well delivered.
Thank you.
The lyrics. Yeah, by you as
I
well.
thought you meant
because,
my mixing.
Because you're
impeccable.
taking, for people that don't know, you're taking the dry version that he posted on social media and syncing it up to the YouTube version of the song.
Adding music to it.
Right.
Yeah. Very.
Hopefully
very
we
tough.
don't get
Thank you
flagged
very
for it, but we'll see.
We'll do. They still haven't posted the other one, so
Okay.
why don't we do the big three at 9, and
All
then
right.
we can
Yes.
then we can hopefully have the other one on the other
And
side.
then we'll
of
get to cut sheet part due
Yep.
and all the other trimmings and fixings.
Ah, I see what you did there.
Yes. All right, 9:33. It's time for another Dawn Stensland, Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9, and we are sponsored this morning by Consumer Cellular. So, number one, and it's a big breaking story this morning following this development, and that is that the Harvard president, yes, has gotten the university board's support amid the congressional hearing backlash. That's going on this morning. This is embattled Harvard president Claudine Gay, unlike locally UPenn's president Liz McGill, who is out of there under pressure. She resigned, but Claudine Gay clearing a hurdle to keeping her job after the Harvard Corporation Board issued their Harvard statements.
We told you earlier this morning, don't expect her to be fired and take the same steps that Penn took. I don't know the answer to this question, but do university presidents at that level, are they working on a contract? Like, do they have a set amount of years that they are in that role and they have to, perhaps be extended? Because I think this is kind of egregious that they're keeping her. But if they really wanted to troll the rest of us out there with common sense, they would give her a contract extension and announce that today. That would really tick off a lot of people. But I said this morning at 6:30 and 6:45. I did not see her being fired. I did not see that coming. And now she's, I guess, safe, as they would say.
Yeah, she's safe. We have former New Jersey Senate President Steve Sweeney running for governor in 2025. Jersey politics center stage here. He formally threw his hat in the race yesterday in that video that he posted online. He, of course, represented the 3rd legislative district in the state Senate between 2002 all the way to 2022. Remember, our friend Trucker Ed beat him, and it was a big upset, made national news at the time. Steve Sweeney was Senate president for over half that tenure, by the way, during that 20-year run. So in April, Jersey City Mayor Stephen Fulop announced his candidacy as well. So I don't know, has Jack Ciattarelli, has he officially thrown his hat in the ring as far as New Jersey governor? I'm assuming that Jack is going to run again, but we have to ask Jack.
I was just thinking about Ed Durr. We haven't heard from Ed in a long time on this program. He hasn't called in.
True.
I
Where's
mean, the last
Ed?
time we talked about Ed was around the whole debate stuff that developed from the Rooney show. That was back in the summer.
Yes, that's very true. Very true. Well, we have Steve Sweeney. He's a big name in the running now. Big Democrat. Started out as an iron worker, and actually, I think that his impetus back in the day was because his daughter Lauren, who has Down syndrome, she's done very well. I mean, she's an amazing little girl.
Oh, that right.
But it was the healthcare and the educational issues. So I wonder where he'll stand on some of, for example, you look at the governor right now, Governor Phil Murphy, all these lawsuits, parental rights at play. If I'm to place my bet, not that I do this,
And you're thinking about in regards to school choice and things
thinking
like
that
that?
Steve Sweeney is going to say that he supports parental rights. I know that Jack Ciattarelli does, but I wonder how that'll play with Steve Sweeney as far as I think that he would go for the parental rights in the state. But we'll follow that one very carefully. Number 3, I have to go with, I guess, I don't know if our friend Sean Farash mentioned this, but I will say that right now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, the little man has arrived in the house.
Has he secured the bag yet or the check? That's what I want to know.
I don't think he's secured the money yet, but he's here for the money. He's arriving for talks in D.C., in the nation's capital, at a critical moment. White House warning Americans that aid to Ukraine could imminently dry up, and the talks over new assistance are stalled, as we well know, in Congress right now.
Yeah, which is interesting because a few days ago, John Kirby basically, and I'm paraphrasing here, was saying the alternative to aid to Ukraine is American blood, and we don't want that. It's almost like they're trying to tell us that they're going to be going to war officially, and it's just a matter of time. Like, that was the vibe I got from John Kirby a few days ago, but yeah, we'll see how this plays out. I'm sure Zelensky will go home with more money.
Well, if he does, what do Republicans want out of it? They've sought to use the request by Zelensky and his little visit here as leverage to extract some tough new rules limiting migration across the U.S. southern border.
Have we seen any visual of Zelensky yet? Is he dressed in his army green, looking like a schlub? You know, you think if you're going to come here and get millions upon millions and billions of dollars, you could put on a suit. Like, is that too much to ask for this guy?
You know what? I didn't notice what he was wearing. They showed that he was walking through.
You know, when Xi's around, Xi's wearing a suit. You think that these guys could actually dress the part?
I think he is dressing the part. I think that's Zelensky. That's what he's trying to portray.
Yeah.
That he's the everyman.
Yeah. And so is John Fetterman. So with all these guys that don't dress right.
Remember, it's kind of ironic, isn't it? Because the phone call to Zelensky was ultimately what was that Liz Cheney was, we now know, listening in on, among others. But the phone call to Zelensky was in which Trump, another irony, said, maybe you ought to look into that Hunter Biden stuff and all this money. Remember that? That was all what led to the impeachment stuff.
That's true. It's true.
All comes full circle.
Connecting the dots.
Connecting the dots.
I think we connect the dots on this program better than James Comer and the House GOP does.
Woo!
It's remarkable.
Consumer Cellular, thank you for offering our big three and sponsoring our big three and offering unlimited talk and text on every plan starting at just $20 a month. Stay connected in rain, sleet, and snow with their premium nationwide 5G coverage, no contract, and free activation. Visit consumercellular.com. Switch today. Kayal and Company Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. And I believe we've got round 2 of the music.
We do. Should we try this out in real time again?
Let's try this out in real time. You're 1 for 1 so far.
And then we'll get to what's on the cut sheet.
Yeah, so this is the Sleepy Joe cover, and this is the new hit from Sean Farash, a.k.a. Donald J. Trump.
Well, the weather outside is scary, and we know that his legs are hairy. We know it 'cause he told us so. Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe. Can't understand him when he's speaking. He even said he was Puerto Rican. Fell off a bike when it was going slow. Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe. On the border, he has no clue, and it's making us all go insane. When he's got nothing left to do, he just sends some more cash to Ukraine. Now the country is slowly dying, and Karine Jean-Pierre keeps on lying. This president is our greatest foe. Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe.
Wow, very nice.
I love
So
Sean.
talented.
I love Sean. And he's got probably just as much free time on his hands as I do. I should start working on some material like this, except I can't deliver the Trump impression like he can, so it would be a wasted exercise.
Do you do any impressions?
No, not really. I'm not much of an impressionist.
If you can't do one, you should just not do
Yeah,
it.
you got to
what I
know
mean?
your
That's fine.
limitations,
Yeah.
right? Because like the first impression, it's like SNL. It's not funny, and then people say you're not funny, and then you just compound the problem. You just got to know. You got to stay in your lane and in your wheelhouse. Let's try to what I try to do in this program. All right. 9:42. Let's get to round 2. What's on the cut sheet? Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. What's on the cut sheet? Part 2, sponsored by ECI Comfort. Is the cold weather getting you down? Stay warm with ECI Comfort, your go-to HVAC experts. Upgrade to the reliability of Train heating systems, keeping you cozy when it matters most. Call ECI Comfort for your comfort needs or online at ecicomfort.com, ecicomfort.com. By the way, Train heating systems are the best. I know from experience. I have one. ECI Comfort. Thank you for sponsoring What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. The one thing I didn't play about Joe Biden in Philadelphia yesterday was his claim that in 1980, when he had an aneurysm, Ronald Reagan sent the president's chopper for him.
Okay.
I guess he says the 1980s, because I was going to say Reagan wasn't technically president in 1980. Jimmy Carter was. But he misnames the chopper, and there's kind of varying reports on if the story's even true.
Oh, shocking! More of this.
We can't really, like. You would feel like something like this would be
Right.
kind of big news.
Yeah.
But there's been nobody that I've seen has seen any reports that this is accurate.
Has it even been confirmed that Joe had an aneurysm?
Well, yes.
Okay,
yeah,
so that is
yes,
fact. Okay.
yes. So this is what he said in Philadelphia yesterday.
Before I begin, I have to make a admission and full disclosure. I would not be here were it not for my local fire company in Wilmington, Delaware. They saved my life. I had a cranial aneurysm. It was in the middle of a snowstorm. Not a joke.
Not a
I
joke.
couldn't figure out how they were going to, for President Reagan was nice enough to send Air Force a Helicopter 1, take me down, but it couldn't fly. And so my fire department.
He sent boat too.
Came up, put me in the back, and took me on heavy snow on the day I went down to Walter Reed, because that's where I had to get for this operation. I got there for a 9-hour operation to save my life. Not a joke.
It was a 30-minute ordeal.
Not a joke.
Not a joke.
Not a joke.
He loves to tell everything's not a joke. I mean, I think just based on experience and his track record of completely fabricating stories, I'm very skeptical that this actually happened. Helicopter 1 is what he called it?
Helicopter 1.
As opposed to Air Force 1. Okay. What are you going to do?
Marine 1?
Marine 1.
SUV 3.
Tuna Fang writes, Kennedy let me use the space shuttle.
Yeah,
That's true.
Yeah.
Absolutely true.
They're saying that they reviewed the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library records,
Mhm.
and they're saying that nobody can corroborate that
So it's
story.
just Joe's word versus history.
Look, I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I'm just saying that this story has not been, to Dawn's point, corroborated.
So we've gone. So this would have happened in the 80s. So we're talking roughly 38 to 41 years, we'll call it. And in almost 4 decades, nobody apparently can corroborate it. So we should not.
Well, the one thing we know about Joe Biden is that he likes to tell the same stories over and over.
This is the
and
first time
over
I'm
and
hearing
over.
this one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Look, he did have a near-death experience with a cranial aneurysm, but there's no records that I've seen that Ronald Reagan sent Helicopter 1.
When Reagan was unable to use Marine 1 the morning of February 12th due to poor weather. So they were looking back in the records. So he had to take a motorcade to Joint Base Andrews in Maryland to board Air Force 1 for a flight to Los Angeles. So they know that day, Marine 1, because of whatever was going on with the weather, they couldn't even use it.
Okay. So
Wow.
so they couldn't use it for him to go from wherever to L.A., but they could use it for Joe from Wilmington to Walter Reed. So we're talking, what, Delaware to D.C.?
To me, though, this is not just a little bit of being senile. To me, it's like that Brian Williams kind of a thing.
Yes. Yep. Where he
Yeah.
he claimed it was shot down.
Remember that?
The helicopter he was in was shot down. It was completely not true.
And apparently it's some kind of an actual disorder or whatever that Brian Williams had been doing that for years and years and years.
Yeah.
But on that one, because it involved the military, then military members started going, yo, dude, this is the last straw. I just have to wonder, has Biden been doing this, and does he have that same
Could very well be.
disorder?
But I mean, you think about it, you're a politician and it's kind of your job to lie. And then you get to the point where you really don't know if you're telling the truth or lying because your mental decline is so evident as it is with Joe. So that becomes like the great guessing game now. Is he just fabricating as a politician or is he just completely out of it?
But I will say this, it's different than just lying.
Yes, I
It's
agree.
having to interject yourself because of your ego.
Yeah.
That he couldn't have. Why didn't he just step up and say, "You guys are the heroes of Philadelphia.
Great point.
You're it's about you, the firefighters." But he had to make it about Joe.
Yeah, that's a great point. Very good point. Very good point.
All right, coming up next, we will find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show and who on Twitter and YouTube today. It's Kayal and Company, and we're back after this.
Yeah, but first, we have to talk about southern Italy. I can't believe that. I guess there's still a couple of spots left on this trip. So if you're thinking about it, it's a great early holiday gift, right? For us, for my family, my husband Larry, our sons, our teen sons, it's a trip of a lifetime. For those of you who've signed up, we are 99.9% full on this. And I'm talking, this is the trip of a lifetime to southern Italy with our friends next spring. And thanks to Conservative Tours and Ken Chase. So I'm talking about some of the most beautiful places, breathtaking, the Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, the Isle of Capri, Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii, Rome, on this gastronomical event for 12 incredible days of touring, olive oil production, the mozzarella farm, the wineries, the tasting sessions. I can't wait for this because, the group dining events that Conservative Tours are known for, they are legendary. Just ask my friends Dom and Rose Giordano. So $52.67, that includes nonstop airfare. conservativetours.com, and you scroll down, there's my picture, the full itinerary, and yes, Lair Bear, you can tell Larry all the stuff I say about him on the air and find out if it's true or not. We'll have fun with it, but we're really looking forward to it in our family. The toll-free number's on there, 888-733-9494, and by the way, yes, we are going to Puglia, which is known as Italy's best-kept secret, unparalleled cuisine, unspoiled, authentically Italian. Come away with me. Southern Italy next spring. Just go to conservativetours.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
The day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Merry Christmas, I don't want to fight tonight with. Merry Christmas, I don't want to fight tonight.
Kayal and Company, 9:54, almost out of time here on this Tuesday morning. The Dawn Show just 6 minutes out, and we find out what she has lined up for 10 o'clock this morning.
Well, coming up at 10:05, we have a lot developing at 10 o'clock, so I'll update you on everything that's breaking and developing today. But we're going to be joined by David Osborne. He's going to join me of the Commonwealth Foundation and expanding on the report claiming that Governor Josh Shapiro was the largest recipient of public union money in the entire nation. So outside money, outside of Pennsylvania, talk about following the money trail and the governor. And this amid more pushes still for school choice across Pennsylvania.
Very good. All right. Coming up, Dawn Show, 5 minutes out here on this Tuesday. As Mr. Stalker, we wrap it up today with Who Won Twitter and YouTube today?
Who Won Twitter?
Who Won Twitter, sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. It's a visual one today. Boys in the back, if you can put up the Joe Biden video where he was being led around stage, or he was trying to he was posing for a picture with Shapiro and Kenny. There we go. And he looks he's wandering off stage, doesn't really know where he's going. Steven, ham wrapped in bacon, wins Twitter. He says Biden looked like a zombie from The Walking Dead, totally glazed over. Maybe he saw a little kid he wanted to sniff.
Oh,
I mean, there you go. If you look here, right here, he has that. Yeah, he does have that zombie look.
He does. His eyes are glassy looking.
Yeah, he goes over and he goes, hello there, how are you? And then as far as YouTube, I'm going to give it to Fees 357 about Joe Biden saying of the claim that Ronald Reagan sent him a helicopter. He said Lincoln also sent his biggest horse. Just,
Not a joke.
Not a joke. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon is the secret to finishing your holiday shopping with relocation in Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online at josephanthony.com where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com. Go there. Now, by the way, we're like 40 likes away from 200, so if you're watching right now, please hit the like button right before you leave. Hit the like button right before you leave so we can get to 200. That'll make me happy. Thank you.
Well, that'll do it for us on this Tuesday. Roger will be happy. I'm done talking. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m., and as Senator Fetterman would say.
Oh, wait.
My board froze. Hold on. I'm trying to go. As Senator Fetterman would say.
Good night, everybody.
There we go.